this to all.
I evidently just did not put the right sheets in the right, I know I changed them. I evidently.
Tourism,
You're on.
veterans,
Well, we're doing Veteran Service Officer first,
And
page
then
15. Yes,
Will you turn
back to back.
They're on.
they are. I thought
Did it go on?
Not finished eating my breakfast, but okay. Present and counted for.
Okay, so we're page 15, Department 012 for you, Karen.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Well, I do have a question to start off with, and part of this is because I was not part of the conversation last year. So whenever I was trying to go back to see where everybody got their, the raises and all that kind of stuff, I noticed that the driver is making quite a bit more than what they were making for 2024's budget,
Right.
and it's still quite a bit more than what the 4%, so can you just walk me through what happened last year with
Okay,
that?
last year we redid all of the job descriptions and basically eliminated the driver. We have 3 BSOs in the office now and essentially 3 drivers. I take the bulk of the driving duties on myself and do claims when I'm in the office, and the other 2 are doing claims. So
Okay.
it really, the driver position as a sole job description was eliminated.
Okay,
So-
so it does, okay, so Heather,
It has been changed on the account lines, but I had already printed the
Books before
I
that?
realized that
Okay.
I hadn't changed it.
so is it considered more of like so the way it shows in our books, we have the veterans officer, a first deputy, and a driver. So is that driver now considered like a second deputy?
Okay, so,
or-
yeah, the way that it's written now is service officer, assistant service officer, and service officer assistant, who has also been accredited as a service officer. So
Okay, so assistant service officer.
Assistant service officer is Justin, and service officer assistant is Chris.
So who's out of what line? Is Chris out of 13?
Chris is 15, Justin's 13, and Richard is 11.
11.
Okay. So I'm sorry, could you tell me what Justin's position is called again?
The assistant service officer.
Okay, assistant service. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, so,
Richard, you're aware that we started out the meetings 2 days ago wanting to put a 2.7 raise in, and we came across some other information, and we had to redo that. We
Okay.
took that away.
Okay.
None of us are here ready to say yet there will be no raise, but we got to deliberate that later this afternoon, tomorrow.
yes.
Okay, I understand. Appreciate it. And as you can see, the only thing that I'm asking for, in addition to what we received last year, was the same thing I asked last year. The memorial flags are just going to keep hitting me, and up to now I've relied on a surplus, gritting my teeth and crossing my fingers, and generosity of other organizations to get that done. So if you all can help with that. The bumping it up to $3,900 last year was a benefit to us, and it helped, but next year this is pretty much what it's going to cost. We were dead on last year with that estimate.
What are the memorial flags?
They're the ones that go out on Memorial Day to on all the veteran graves in the county.
So the little ones?
Yeah, they're 8 by 12.
Yeah.
They're substantial.
Okay.
But yeah, the county has always put out new ones every year, and that's just a benefit to our veterans and honor
Where do you
them.
buy those at normally?
We have been ordering them from Collins Flags, and they've given us a great rate up to 2 years ago, and then all of the companies raised their rates. So what we've...
The reason I was getting it, I didn't know if that would be, if they could do part of that Amazon thing.
It
we are.
could potentially be part of that. I mean, he could look through that to see if it could save any money.
Yeah, and we
The county is on a business account
yes,
with them, so I didn't know if you guys were on that or not.
we are.
They
We
gave
are.
me an order.
What's that?
They've already made an order.
They've already done it.
Yes, we're on that program, we're all for that program, I just want to be ready for next year. If we have a surplus next year, obviously I'll ask for less money. But this is what we anticipate for next year. Collins Flags had a great relationship with us for years, and then all flags over the COVID period from all companies went up to about $1 a piece. What we found this year is, and I'm going up on September 4th to buy the donations that I received from all the county service organizations. We made a donation to this purpose last year, and I'm going to be able to go and pick them up on September 4th. American Legion Flag and Emblem in Indianapolis gives us a better rate because they're not shipping it. I'm going to get it. So on the next time that I take veterans up there, I'm just going to slide over to Flag and Emblem, pick them up, no shipping charges, and that'll be a benefit to us as well. We're just going to make that shift. And we order them on the spot, pay for them on the spot, and pick them up on the spot. So that'll be better for us too. And I do want to point out, I asked for the same for gas, oil, and lube that I've always asked, but that little car that we got from the sheriff's department gets 28 miles to the gallon. So if cuts need to be made, I'll throw that out there. I would rather it go to a cut there than anywhere else.
Do you get help putting flags out?
Oh, yes, sir. We don't do it at all. We just supply them. Boy Scouts, all the service organizations, lots of volunteers.
Roxy help? They're not here in the summertime a lot, but...
Yeah, the Boy Scouts and all churches, there's just a host of organizations that really want to do that work and help out. So, yeah, the posts usually organize all of that.
Okay.
And every once in a while, we have one person here and there walk in and say, hey, we didn't get a flag on our veterans grave, and we just hand them one. So.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion that we accept this without the raises, as is.
Okay. So Karen's made a motion without raises and the rest of the budget as is.
I'll second.
Ryan second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I apologize. Can we just stop a moment? We got we forgot to open in prayer, so if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay. Lord, just thank you for this day, and just thank you for being with us. Just thank you for the people present, and Lord, just be with us as we work today to do your work for the county. Lord, help us just to make the decisions to the best of our abilities. Lord, thank you for each and every one, and thank you for your blessings. In your son's name, amen. Okay, sorry about that, Richard.
No,
I thought
absolutely.
as soon as we started, I thought, I can't keep you another moment there. We were already discussing, so.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, that's more important. I didn't know that hadn't happened already, so.
Okay, next up, tourism, so page 48.
48 or 9?
Did I look at it wrong? 49. I didn't have my reading glasses on.
There's no change in this one.
Okay, but there is something that's got to be brought to Richard's attention in case it has not been brought to your attention. So, Brian and I, being part of the Greene County Event Center Board, have been told that each tenant in the building is to pay rent. Have the commissioners reached out to you yet about that?
The commissioners have told me that is not an issue for us, so that was discussed.
So they're still saying that is not an issue for you?
President of the Board of Commissioners told me not to worry about that.
Okay.
So if something's changed, I don't know it yet.
Okay.
Right.
I can go back to my statement from 6 months ago.
Okay. So,
No.
It's nothing against you, so there could be the potential that you may have to come back and ask for an additional appropriation.
Okay.
We're not sure.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
absolutely fair. So,
Okay.
I'd like to ask some questions about a couple things that have gone on in the tourism department, come through here.
Okay.
Number one, I do want to say how proud I am of the securing and paying for the front cover of the Festivals Guide. I don't know if you saw it, but I picked up 2 or 3 of them in Plainfield. I mean, they were plastered around.
Great.
I think it helps to get your picture on the front cover.
Mhm.
With that said, I want to support things I think helps Greene County tourism.
Mhm.
Richard, I did not vote for the road signs the other day.
Nope.
That project was just like, I thought it, more along the line I would see would be one that would be at maybe the town limit that says, "Welcome to Worthington, Labor Day weekend, townwide yard sale."
Mhm.
That prompts people that every time they see that, it's like, hey, this place has a townwide yard sale in September.
Mhm.
Not this way to the pool, this way to the park, this way to the cemetery, school. Most people today with GPS can find things pretty easily, pretty quickly.
Mhm.
The other one, we've got a lot of communities. Scotland Festival, welcome to Scotland. Established this date. Tourism can do those kind of things with signs, and really, I think, then put Scotland Festival date. Newberry, Apple Festival, Lincoln 4th of July, Shackamack, I think they call homecoming.
Mhm. They do.
Those are all things that bring people, when they go through and they see it, and they're like, oh, I never knew there was a whatever, a Scotland Festival or a Salisbury, whatever they call those days up there, something,
Mhm.
some sort of days, Old Glory Days or something. Anyway, that's just my take on tourism, is if you're looking to do more signage, stuff like that, think about something like that, maybe.
Yes, sir.
When
We do.
promotes an event, that's what we want tourism for, to come here for an event, to bring the family and experience that event. Shot Diesel, I don't know how we do that, I mean, you're not gonna put it down there, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, for my part of it, the donation cycles, the individual entities that you're talking about, we do give them essentially $4,000 a year to make their own signs, to do their own promotions. Just as a for instance, right now, there's a billboard on 45 and one on 69 for Sculpture Trails Tulip Trestle on Yellow, and they took that money and used it for that purpose.
That's good.
So those signs are generated by those not-for-profits that we fund. So it is happening, especially close to the events. So
Yeah.
that type of thing is happening. So,
We take pride in the fact that Linton has won football championships, Bloomfield's won basketball championships, and we post that at the
Sure.
city limits.
Absolutely.
And people see that over and over and over.
Mhm.
We can do billboards just like that with fair dates and so forth, that people that wouldn't see them and say, oh, the Apple Festival's the first full weekend in October.
Absolutely. We do rely on the not-for-profits that run those things to get that information out.
Yeah. I'm talking more permanent. I know Bloomfield, they put a banner up prior to it a month or two, but the banner doesn't fly all summer. It's not permanent.
Right. No, I understand.
That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I do agree with you, and going down the road, that's something we will consider. It's just a step process, and this is the first step for us. We do want to have something nice out on I-69 saying, hey, come to Greene County as well. So that's a long-term project. So,
Yeah.
thank you for your comment.
Who did the artwork for the cover?
So it was all of us,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
A lot of good stuff on there, and I saw it when you brought it in and proposed it that day. And
I've got my copy at home.
yeah, it looked even better on the
I don't want to ruin this.
program.
I don't want to ruin the surprise 25 years from now, but I did put one of those in that time capsule, so.
Very
It
good.
will resurface. But thank you for your comments, I appreciate that.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to accept this as is.
Okay,
No changes, right?
correct. Okay, so Karen made the motion to accept as is. I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Randall. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for both of these departments, and have a great day.
You too,
Appreciate
thank
you.
you.
Start on page 11.
Yes. We will be doing the prosecutor, page 11, Department 009.
This is how I can't depend on paper that I got here. Yes, sir.
$140. That rocks my world.
Well, and we know that she was doing that when she was supposed to be in her office, because, I mean, like when the state board,
Yeah.
not state, Small Business Association, I'm sure that she was probably over at the event center.
182.
County overtime and
Meetings at the Roy
everything.
Clark
In a
Building
2-week period.
during business hours,
Yeah,
every day.
182 in a 2-week period.
well, and
That's
he,
80 hours normal, right?
Ron is saying that she was over at the Roy Clark Building.
During the tornado thing, meeting with
But
the
that's just,
Homeland
that's just
Security.
now, that's these
That was
2
part
weeks.
of her health department stuff, though.
Oh,
No,
so this
she's
is just with,
doing
no, so
EMA.
she's just doing this, she's like, this is this 2 weeks.
August 10th to August 23rd.
So what would she have been doing for that?
I think she was, I don't know, she was coordinating with some of the Red Cross and different things, I don't know what.
I'm talking about like within the past 2 weeks,
Oh,
that's
I
what
don't
she's
know.
saying.
I don't know.
No, I don't either.
That was the last 2 weeks.
Organizing some cleanup stuff.
That wasn't during the event in May?
No.
No,
So-
this is
Well-
August 10th to August 23rd.
I think she's been, I mean, I don't think, Roger's.
But they've got extra hire that they've been paying. Are they still paying extra hire right now?
I'm not sure.
Forensic audit,
Huh?
forensic audit, it sounds like.
So is this what the extra 25,000 that they asked for, the additional appropriation? Is that to help pay for that? Or is
No.
that to help pay for the new one that they're,
That's to help pay the new one, because the old one is still getting paid.
so where is this money coming from to pay her?
Out of her budget.
Huh?
Her fund.
She's charging the health department. 180 hours.
At how much an hour? 20-something?
Well, overtime, if it's that many hours, the rest of it's overtime.
2096 for 140 straight. And then 2096 for 8 hours sick. And then 2096 for overtime times 1. And then 3144 for 16 hours.
$34, $44,
3144.
that's time and a half.
Yeah. $39.82 is the total. $39.82.40.
Well, I think we need to have a conversation. It either can happen in a callback, or it can happen privately.
I would think we would need to do that privately.
Madam President.
Well, you've already been discussing it publicly right now,
Yeah.
so it can't
We
happen
have a right
privately
to.
now.
We have a right to. We're talking about budget issues.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Well, Jared, if you're ready, we're ready for you.
Okay.
If you're ready to,
I've got a stack of charges about that high on my desk that have come in that I've got to get back to reviewing, so if we can start early, maybe we can end a little early.
okay.
I got 2 of them done. I got the drug dealing case done there before I came up this morning, so.
Okay, so we're talking about the regular prosecutor fund out of general fund, so,
Okay. Let me switch.
and right now, we are, raises are off the table right at this moment, so,
That was expected. We were just talking about that coming up the stairs. That was the scuttlebutt, I guess, from others. Like I said, you guys have done that, the last several years, we understand that, and if there's any money left over at the end, we'll get raises, if not, we won't, so. Also, I would note, I talked to Kelly earlier this week, we did not intentionally try to inflate salary requests. I had to prepare this budget earlier than normal because of my family vacation was right about the time it was due, so I did it before going on vacation. I was not aware that the percent raise was going only toward base pay and that the tier money is not really truly part of the salary for raise purposes, so been made aware of that, so moving forward, that shouldn't be an issue. But that's why you might have seen a couple that were higher, because I just put the 4% on what the person's salary was for this year, so.
We're taking that part under advisement.
Yeah, we've got to do a full review. We set motions, approved motions during our meetings last year. Over here, salary ordinance, over here, they do not agree. And it appears legally we are bound to the salary ordinance for this year, so we're trying to decide what to do about it. That's why the mess.
Yeah. Well, and Karen and I talked a little bit about how it was a little bit confusing, but I said, don't take this as criticism, because I'm happy for my employees that they got that, but it was a little hard for me, like earlier this year. You have to determine what I needed to make the raise on, so.
Yeah.
anyway,
We
that's
talked
fine.
to Heather about payroll maybe being a little more accommodating next year with a better lineup, base pay and so forth.
Yep. Okay, so if we're starting at the general fund on the
Yes.
prosecutor's budget. Randall, to your point, if you remember, we talked last year, you'd asked about my chief deputy, the fact that he gets a raise and gets a salary supplement from the county, and the possibility of capping that. So that is why I put it at $12,000. It's a little bit more than 4%, but my pitch to you all is that will be it. That will be the cap, so moving forward, there will be no raise on that. It's just the chief deputy gets $12,000. So it turned out to be a little bit more than what 4% raise was from what he got this year, but I'm asking for just a 12 flat, and moving forward, that'll be it. There won't be any raise on that line item.
So we're still taking that off or leaving it?
Does that still agree with, he's the chief deputy prosecutor, does that
Yes.
still agree with 75, are we up to 75% of the, I guess it's the full-time prosecutor? Do you know?
Yes, that's what he gets from the state, is 75% of my salary and the judge's salary.
And we're using this as stipend?
Yes, it is a supplement that's allowed.
Yeah, and the one that we talked about was yours and the judges, they're all at 5.
That's capped at 5 under
We can
state
do
statute.
whatever
Yes.
in this scenario here.
And again, understanding that right now it goes back to what he got this year, I just wanted to explain to you why it was around $12,000 number. In case you do give raises, that was why I put that in there instead of like 11,580 or whatever it was supposed to be.
make one clarification with you?
Yeah.
There is numbers in here that 137,635 is somewhere in here other than in this, with this 12,000. That's 75% of yours.
Not from the account, that
No, I'm
$137,000,
saying-
that's what he gets from the state, just like I get paid from the state.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And then this just is on top of that?
Yes.
Okay. I think we talked about that, about chief deputy maybe being able to rise above
Right, we did.
prosecutor.
And I told you I would take that in consideration next year when I came back and try to just come up with a figure just to cap it so it doesn't go above that.
Yeah, so the next prosecutor doesn't have to be like,
My
I should
chief deputy's making more, yeah, I should have taken
the chief deputy's job, it's less political and...
Don't have to run, don't have to,
And they,
you know, all these boards and take all these calls, no. But in all seriousness, Tyler has done a wonderful job here and has worked very, very hard, so he's been a real asset. And is trying to buy a home here in Bloomfield, so.
Just for my clarification too, the flock cameras, that's the annual,
That is the annual amount, moving forward. Still haven't gotten a bill for year one, but we also don't have any cameras up yet either from them.
that camera out there going to our house is not,
That's Bloomfield's.
is it?
Yeah, I drive by it every day.
I first noticed it.
And then his other one is when you go out to Bloomington there, it's at Warren Road by the Joe Wilson Bridge, Bloomfield got two, and that's where he put those two.
and they were working?
Yeah, they're working.
The ones you requested still are.
No, and
Make somebody mad.
no, don't want to get too far off topic here, but, and I don't want to criticize people in a public forum, but there's been quite a bit of turnover within Flock. And see, we had 15 permanent fixed cameras. Kenny had 2. And it has been like pulling teeth to try to get NDOT and Flock to communicate together to get this done. So.
To get approval to put it in the right of way.
Yes, to get the permitting that's needed, and the state ultimately has to sign off on it. And the latest saga is, after months of me requesting for my name to be on the contracts instead of my cameras, instead of having George sign off for responsibilities on the ones that we got through our office, they finally did that. They compromised, they put me and George's name on both and all the cameras together. I said, that's fine, I'll do it. I had Flock check it to make sure it's correct. They didn't include all my cameras. Well, again, we're getting way deep in the weeds here, but apparently there are 3 districts. The county has 3 districts from NDOT in it. They only had the 2 districts where most of the cameras are. They didn't include the 3rd district where others, so it's incomplete. So I have to go back to the drawing board and redraft so George and I can sign again. You see that, what Brian's doing there about pulling down his booth? I've been doing that for how many, since December.
Right.
They're going to be great when they're up and running, but this process has been very time-consuming, and so far, we haven't gotten anything out of it. But we haven't paid anything yet either, so.
Yes.
You know, it's like when you buy a new car, a certain brand, then you start noticing everybody else has the same car. Since we've talked about flock cameras.
They're everywhere.
I notice them everywhere. Traveling on 10th Street, coming from Plainfield and Avon area into Indianapolis. Boom, there's a flock camera. Hey, there's another one. My wife's like, what are those? I said, those are flock cameras.
We went out west for our vacation there in June, like I mentioned earlier, and I saw 4 of them going in and out of Capitol Reef National Park out in Utah. They were easy to see because there's no trees out there, so they were just poles up along the highway. That's the farthest that I saw them. But so if you want, I didn't know whether you were going to just ask me questions or I go through each line. There wasn't a tremendous amount of change in what I requested this, aside from the raises and the salary portion. In the general fund budget for the criminal side, I did ask for an additional $1,000 for postage because I think postage has gone up not once but twice since the last time I was here in front of you. And then on mileage, I asked for an additional $1,000 as there's now 5 of us that are required to go to trainings to keep up our CLE. credits, so that's why I asked for a little bit more in those two accounts. And then, yes, but here's why. When we talked about this, when you guys approved Axon, our e-discovery system, you asked for it to split it out, so that's what I did. So case management went back to the 7,000 it had been historically, and I set aside, if you look down there, Axon Discovery System, that's the $8,000 that you guys committed to pay for it. It almost covers all of it, and I said I'd pick up the rest of it. So I just split it out so you guys could see where your money was going. And on that, in that area there, mandatory legal education was the other area that I asked for $1,000 more. That was the same thing. We now have five of us that have to, again, go through training, so this helps pay for our CLE credit courses that we have to take. We've been paying for printing out of infraction referral and pretrial diversion. Yeah. And it doesn't take much, and what we had been spending our printing on was making our big paper calendar. You remember seeing that in the office? We keep track of all of our scheduling, court cases, meetings with witnesses, victims, and stuff. We converted to a big LED TV screen, and all that's done electronically now through the Calendar Pro app, where the ladies put that in and it pops up on a calendar, and we can go and we can also edit it, and we can see it now on our phones if we're at home and want to check what our schedule is and stuff. So we went digital, and so we got rid of having to print out those big paper calendars every year. And that was like $500 or $600 a year, I think, to do that. We don't do that now. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Any backstory as to why no raise out of the Supreme Court? Just trying to save money? Don't know? There's
Oh, no, I've got a pretty good idea.
Pay staff.
If you guys would like to talk when we're on a public meeting, I can share with you some thoughts. There's a couple reasons. But this is the first time I'll put it this way, I do not remember any other year of my 19 years as a prosecutor that we didn't get at least some form of raise, whether it was 1% or 3% or whatever, but this is the first time we didn't get anything. And I don't want to say that, it wasn't just us, there were a lot of other state agencies but then there were some where some government officials did get raises.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not really for sure. Yeah, but we did not get anything.
In that circle there.
And then IPAC, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council agency, was told, like many other agencies, they have to cut 10%. So sitting on the board there, I've been a part of those conversations the last few months, trying to figure out how to cut 10% out of our budget there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion.
Motion.
Okay, so Ron's made the motion
Without raises.
as is without raises. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Jerry. All in favor, say aye. I'm sorry, Brian. Gosh, I knew that and looked right over there. Okay, Brian, everyone that's in approval, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, next up. I just do with my page.
So 373, drug task force.
I guess, I don't know. Oh, there it is. It's like, what did I do with my paper? Okay, so, page 40.
The drug task force is pretty straightforward. You guys funded that a number of years ago. It helps pay for a drug task force coordinator, which Josh Goodman's held that position the entire time. And then it's also, that's the $15,000 is to pay him a $35 an hour rate up until the $15,000, and then if it goes over that, I take care of the additional amount through infraction deferral. And then historically, you had also provided $8,000 a year to the task force, and that goes to fund buy money to use on our controlled buys, covert equipment used to record those buys to make sure everything is being done appropriately and evidence is being acquired to successfully prosecute the people that are out there dealing drugs, and then also some training and other equipment needed by the drug task force. You will note that I did this year ask for an additional $2,000. We've been at $8,000 for a number of years, but I was hoping to bump that up just a little bit to $10,000.
So the salary rate here is just a flat rate?
Yep, he's part-time, because he's the SRO at Linton School. It's just $35 an hour, and he has to stay under the, he has to stay within the part-time parameters, so it's 28 hours or less a week, which most weeks it's way less than that, and there's a cap on that, obviously, so.
Kelly, I would make a motion to just accept it as is.
Okay, so Karen made motion
Second.
as is, second by Randall. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Title 4D.
What'd you say, Lynn?
I said Title 4D,
Okay.
page 44.
That is Department 660, Karen. Yes.
Okay, so this is the one area that I am asking for a change, and I guess you would call it a significant change. It would be for our office. It would be very helpful. And I mentioned it when I was before you last week. If you look at the what's labeled, at least on my paperwork, is Title 4D Case Manager / Receptionist. That position is currently full-time receptionist. Pam Barnhill has had that for a number of years. She is retiring in March. We have really had the numbers to justify adding what will be a fourth case manager, because the administrator, Stephanie Deal, she also has a caseload. In fact, she has the largest caseload in our office, and then we have 2 full-time case managers that are listed there, and then we have the receptionist. What I was hoping to do is get permission from the council to switch that position to a receptionist / case manager, wherein when we would go to replace Pam, I can hire someone that will also be able to have at least a small caseload, child support caseload, to take some of the load off of Stephanie and the other 2 case managers. And in doing that and looking at what the base salary would be, if you all adopt that for that position, it's really only within a couple $100 of what Pam would be entitled to receive this year with her current salary and the, I think with the tier that she had hit.
The difference between the 15 secretary and 16 secretary is tiers.
Yes, I believe that, yeah, because that's right, Stephanie.
The 25 budget
Kelsey's been here.
The 25 budget.
Yeah.
The 25 budget is the same, but it's different on the proposed.
No.
No, I was off the line.
Yes.
Well, no, 15
No.
is different than
16
16.
is $1,718 more, that's what I've got.
The receptionist, which is
Now, go up to
0017.
secretary on 15,
Yeah,
and it's got 42,940, and it's
Yes.
44,658.
that's because of her tiers.
And that's what,
Yeah, Kelsey'd been here enough to earn the first tier, right, just the first tier. And then the other one, the 16 that you're looking at, Brian, that is Amanda, and she's only been here, this is her first year.
But then the one that he's saying that he's asking for a little bit more money is the receptionist, the 17. So right now, her tier is the 1,800 in that. So,
Yeah. Steph had made some notes for me to help with the math here. With Pam's pay, again, this was assuming the 4% raises and all this, but Pam's pay with her salary and the tier, to make this just a case manager position, would be $37.44 more. Now again, That's taking into account Pam's salary and her tier. Obviously, if you just stripped it down to just the base level receptionist position, you're talking about probably, I think it's $1,900 difference between a new receptionist and a new case manager. And I need to preface all of this just as a reminder, and most of you probably already remember, but the money that you spend on Title 4D, we get 66% of it back. So whatever new money you spend, you're only spending 33% of whatever the increase would be, because we get 66.6% back.
So of this total budget, you get that much back?
Yes.
On 40.
You
Yep.
said, but how much, 60 or 40?
We get 66.
66%.
Yeah.
56%.
Two-thirds.
Yep. That's what the federal government refunds to us for doing the job of collecting child support and hitting the targets we have for goals within that
So do you get that
realm.
in a lump sum annually, or how does that come in?
Quarterly, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, they will quarterly send lump sums. Let's see, we just... So county general just in July got $39,772.57.
Okay. And that just goes back into this
And that-
fund, or it
No,
just
it
goes
goes back
general?
into county general.
Goes into the general fund,
Goes
yeah.
back, okay, yeah.
Yep.
Can I address a different piece of this?
Sure.
You gave us these job description changes, you
Yes.
asked us, and we kind of put them on the
Tabled
table.
it, yep.
Because I wanted to make sure we understood when it came budget time where all this was flowing.
Yep.
Pam Barnhill is the current receptionist, child support, Title 4D.
Yes, just straight receptionist, that's hers.
She's going receptionist, child support, case manager, Title 4D, in these job descriptions. Or was she just straight receptionist?
She's straight receptionist. She is retiring in March. When I replace her, the person I hire, I want to be made clear that they are also going to be a case manager as well as a receptionist. Now, they will have a smaller caseload because they have other duties with the receptionist, but they will also be a case manager and have all the responsibilities that a case manager has. So that's why, when in talking to Marvin, I felt like I needed to do a new job description for that, and
Yeah, I got
that.
it laying here. I'm trying to pick out which one's the current and which one's the new one. Now,
The current one will just say Title 4D receptionist.
Receptionist, child support, Title 4D?
Yes, that should be it.
Okay. And we're updating that to receptionist, child support, case manager, Title 40.
Yes, that was the request, so long as the council approves this paying for this position. Obviously, if that gets rejected, then I wouldn't need the new job description because the new person will only just be a receptionist.
Yeah, right.
So basically, based on the fact that you get 66% of this back, we're only looking at like
Yeah, I think you're
100K
gonna get
after this
it,
budget,
don't you
or
think?
less, right?
Yeah, whatever, on the general fund child support budget, whatever that total is, I'll have to flip pages here, the federal government will give you 66% of that back over the course of the quarterly
Yeah,
payments.
82,000, something about 32,000, something like that.
Yeah. And that was to my point, like the small cost of making this a case manager / receptionist position, whatever that figure is, whether it's $37 or whether you go to looking at the 1,900, it's only costs you 33% of that, so. And this idea, I would note this idea came from Brent. He used to work in Owen County, did child support, and was deputy prosecutor up there, and that's how Owen County had kind of helped ease their burden too, as they converted their receptionist position to also a case manager position, so that person could do both, just with a smaller caseload than the full-time case manager.
So are there any other questions or comments on this? I think before we can approve the budget, we need to have a motion if we're going to combine the position or not. If we're going to allow him to do that.
If we're going to approve the new job description,
Yes.
essentially? Yeah, we'll
We're
figure
gonna do
it
it
out.
after, later today with the rest of them, or go ahead and do it now?
Well,
And you've got a couple of others right there, you're trying to make job changes. Do any of them
Well-
require a pay raise like this?
no, and to be clear, and I probably didn't do a good job of explaining that when I was back in front of you Monday, was that when this issue came up, and Marvin and I were talking about it. He sent me the job descriptions that he had for my office, and I said, Marvin, we have way more job descriptions than that. I said, let me take a look at them, and I will, revise them. Basically, all I did was just change the revised date, because it was the same. Some of them I had to change the language, because there were some things in there that we no longer did, just technology changes, so I'd take that out. I said, you now have all of our job descriptions. So that push, I think you may have asked me about that too, that push wasn't for me to try to get more money for these people, it was because Marvin said, well, I only have like 4 job descriptions from the prosecutor's office. I said, well, you need to have all of them, so that's why you have not 13 now. The only one that really mattered and would create like more money was the one we just talked about, the case manager, making the receptionist also a case manager, because that would require you to bump that pay up a little bit from just a straight receptionist position. But all the others was just me trying to make sure the county and Marvin, everybody had our job descriptions for every person that worked in my office.
Right.
Yeah, I got all of that when we were talking about it, that you wanted to make that change. And I just want to make sure, because I think if we approve the job description and the budget, it's the same done.
Yeah, because, it's not a new position, it's just an updated position.
Well, especially since we get 66% of this back, 66%.
We're gonna go ahead and add the raise in with
It's really
it.
not that much.
Now?
Well, we would have to
You have to approve it.
approve the, we would approve the job description if that's what you guys, if that's what you're wanting to do, the combined position. So it would be for that position once it starts in
26.
2026.
Yep.
And
$834 difference
there would be a little bit of difference in the pay there, but
in the base.
on the base pay, so.
Because until you hire the new one, Pam's not going to start picking up case
No,
management.
and we would just pay her at her, whatever her rate is, once you guys decide the raise issue.
Yeah.
It's just when I hire that new person, starting at the end of March, that this would take effect.
Yeah.
Kelly, I would make a motion that we accept his proposal for the new job description
Okay.
beginning in, what did you say, April?
Do you have the exact date?
Of when she's retiring.
Yeah.
I believe it's like March 6th. She's doing it right after her birthday.
So beginning in March 2026,
Yes.
that this would
Yep.
change to what did you say, receptionist
Yeah.
slash case manager?
Yes,
The
yep.
base of
Are you going to try and overlap
22,
their positions any?
That is, remember last year when I had in our back, this is going ahead to the incentive fund account, we had that $7,000 in there, because there was a brief time where I believe she was going to retire this year. She ended up pushing it back just a little bit to March of last year, so we had that $7,000 in the part-time pay in the incentive account to cover that, hopefully bringing that person in just a little bit beforehand so she can learn from Pam before Pam walks out the door for the last time. So we would cover that through other money, through the incentive account, that not even general fund money, so.
I'd be careful putting a date on it. That's on your motion. I'd be
yeah, just
leery of putting a
I
date.
couldn't hear you.
I'd be leery of putting a date on the motion.
Oh, okay.
So you're making,
Just my opinion.
so your motion is for the new job description, combined job description.
Okay, so I'll amend that to say,
Okay.
let's accept it as is without raises. No, do this for the job description.
Yes.
Sorry, back up. I will amend that to say we will accept the new job description effective when the new hire is on board. How's that?
Okay. Effect
No date.
with new hire takes place. Okay, so she's made a motion for the new job description, once it takes effect with the new hire, whenever that is put in place. So I need a second. Brian, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Now we can
Okay,
go to-
now we can go to the budget. So, if there are no other questions or comments on the budget per se, I would entertain a motion.
Jerry?
Yes.
Does the
I got a
case
question.
manager secretary have to be changed? Because, like, the tier system, it shows case manager, but what Heather sends us every month shows secretary. You can change it.
Yeah, she can change that, so. Okay, so,
Motion to approve minus raises.
okay, as is without raises. Okay, so,
I second that.
Not yet.
no, Brian just made the motion to accept the budget as is without raises. I need a second.
Second.
Can we talk about it here?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, on this new position, are we gonna do anything about the base rate? The base rate's gonna be $34 more. Are we gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I still know what you're saying, Ron. And I could be wrong, Steph, correct me. I would assume that the base rate would be whatever the base rate ends up being for the Title 40 case manager position, if you strip out the tiers.
Yeah,
The
for that
receptionist,
new-
case manager, and the case manager are
The same
same,
base.
same base rate.
Yeah, I think that's how we had it.
The 1.5 and 1.6.
Amended.
Yeah, well, yeah, actually,
I was looking at it, it's 800 and,
the 1.5,
Amended.
yeah, because she has the tier, that's why she's got
Okay.
her.
New position.
Okay, so Brian wants to amend his motion, as is without raises, but with the amended, updated base rate for when the new position kicks in.
okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ron. All three of those would just have the same base rate moving
Okay.
forward.
Okay, so, his amended motion is as is without raises, but the, when the new position takes effect, it would be the, updated base rate. And Randall, you still seconding that?
Still.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Thanks, Ron, for catching that part of it, so.
You know, so it's
Yes.
not as muddy when we get,
Exactly, so we know what we're doing when we're doing it. Okay, next up, we will have pre-trial diversion. That's page 89 for us.
2501, Karen.
Thank you.
That is, the pretrial diversion account is a user-generated account for, there's a statutory program that allows us to put people on pretrial diversion for lower-level misdemeanor offenses, usually first-time offenses. They have to pay a fee, complete community service within a set period of time, and if they do all those things, then their case can be dismissed and they can avoid that going on their record. So we have historically used this to supplement the deputy prosecutor. It would just be deputy prosecutor line there. And then there's some other things that we use that are set out here that we use it for. Office supplies, research clerk, part-time help, and a couple other accounts once we run out of the general fund. So that's what the pretrial diversion account budget is for.
Okay, so does that deputy prosecutor, does that include a 4% raise? Because I'm not coming up with that same number.
It does, and here's the other thing that we need to discuss. Right now, that position is vacant. That position was Ed Lineweber's, and then Ed left to start his own practice. We have a law clerk who's been with us for 2 years that I have offered the position to conditionally so long as he passed the bar exam. He's a super smart guy. He's worked really hard for us. He's continued to work for us now that he's taken the bar, but don't have the results back and won't have them back until next month. But I've made it clear to him that if he passes the bar, he's going to work for me. I'm going to hire him. If he doesn't, I'm going to have to advertise the position and bring in somebody, with experience. So the budget I left the way it was if Ed was still working here, in terms of the pretrial diversion and infraction deferral amount. But if Adam gets hired, I will pay him the same thing I paid Carrie and Brent whenever they started, which I believe was $75,000. So the general fund will cover most of that, and I'll have a little bit out of infraction deferral or pretrial diversion to get to that $75,000. But If he doesn't pass the bar, and I have to go out on the market and try to hire an attorney to bring in, I won't be able to hire anybody at $75,000. So this gives me the flexibility to pay them a little bit more.
Okay.
Because Ed was making more than that because he'd been here. One, he'd been an attorney in the military for 20 years, and then he'd also been in my office for a number of years.
Okay.
I quit donating to that fund.
In the judicial salary.
No, that yours was infraction deferral, not pretrial diversion.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. That was just the ticket one.
I quit donating to that, by the way.
Yep.
This list of judicial salaries that come out, I sometimes get mixed up on who is covering which ones. Down here, when it says, so prosecutor, that you're being paid by the state. And
Yes.
Chief deputy prosecutor,
That's Tyler, and he gets paid by the state.
with us kicking in
Yep.
$12,000.
Yep.
Deputy prosecutor,
Those are only for counties that have a prison or a casino. The state allows for one state-paid deputy in those counties. And since we don't have a prison or a casino, you guys are on the hook for all of the deputy prosecutor salaries. Now, Kelly and I talked about this when she came in earlier this week. I've tried for 2 legislative cycles to get a system wherein counties will get reimbursements like the public defenders, the deputy prosecutors, and both times got to the 11th hour, and Senator Mishler killed it, both times.
Senator Mishler, out of,
He's from the northern part of the state, and I can't remember which district he represents, but he's pretty big in the finance part and also on, there's one other committee that he's chair of. But it had passed the House this time and was looking really good, and he killed it at the
so
end.
all of our deputy prosecutors are paid out of county. budget.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying there. That deputy line is if we would have had a casino or a prison, the state will pay for one deputy. Because of the extra work, they say, that's associated with having all the cases that come out of a prison or a casino.
Are we paying our deputies that rate, though? You know,
Let me see that.
70% of prosecutor?
Oh, no. Because that's what they would make, and we don't pay them anywhere close to that.
That's what the state is
That's what
paying.
the state is.
Don't let that out, that they could probably go to Vigo County and get one of those.
Yeah, but again, that's just for one. It doesn't mean that if you have a prison, the state pays for all of your deputies. They will just pay at one at that rate. But to that point, that's why we tried to push this legislation through. It would have created a floor for deputy prosecutor salaries, and that floor would have been $100,000. But the county would only be responsible for 50% of it, which means you would only pay $50,000 for a deputy prosecutor. The state would pay the other $50,000. That way, they get closer to that amount that the state pays for a deputy, but yet you guys, your burden would go down.
Yeah.
And it got really close for the second budget session again, and one man killed it again.
Yeah.
So this is probably a stupid question, but how do they define the difference between the prison and the jail?
It's in the statute. It's going to, no, it's state prison. Like Carlisle, Sullivan gets one paid. Anywhere else, like Lake County with, don't they have the big one up there? I'm sure they, Michigan City. Yeah.
Rockville.
Well, they gotta have a prison or a casino.
Or a casino. Yes.
That's too interesting.
But jails don't count.
Jails do not count, because every county has a jail. It's just a prison. And I will say this, having a prison in your county does generate extra cases. Those inmates, they will still kill each other, beat each other, attack guards, bring drugs in. Same way with casinos. We might think of, hey, let's go have a good time and play the slots for a little bit, but there's a lot of criminal stuff that goes on in and around a casino too that generates more criminal cases.
Not in Vegas.
Except Vegas.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So,
Are we ready to?
This overall budget went down, so, I mean,
What social agencies you zeroed out? What is
yeah.
that?
Well, back when we had more money, more pretrial diversion and infraction referral funds, we did, at the request of, I think it was Middleway, try to support them because they come in and help our victims, sometimes provide housing for them or other types of services, so we had contributed to them. And in looking at our pretrial diversion account totals and infraction referral totals and the other stuff that we're trying to help save the county money on, we just decided not to contribute anymore.
there are no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion
Motion.
Is that with or without raises?
without raise. A motion without raise, Jerry? Okay.
Second.
Okay, so Jerry made the motion without raise, and Randall seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Next up, page 90, 91, infraction deferral, Fund 2504.
Yeah, I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, this is Ron's fund, he brings this up every year, he helped contribute to this one time.
Small percentage. Everything I can do to help.
This one is for, as I mentioned before, traffic tickets. If you qualify through the program and pay the fee, you can have your traffic ticket deferred. Now, you can't do it a bunch, but if you haven't had one in, I can't remember what, I think 10 years or something like that, you could be eligible to have it deferred, so long as it's within certain other parameters.
10 years?
I can't remember the exact number.
I thought it was 3 to 5.
It may have gotten reduced to
I got the,
below 10.
I should have framed it. I had several people ask me how I could get that, being on council, and said, going about 12 miles over speed limit, I got it. And the cop was doing his job, bless his heart.
You told me before, you remember who it was that did that?
Yeah, they got rid of him, went and out.
Oh, okay, he was an officer.
I don't know what happened there, but he was terminated there, not because he gave me a ticket. Just to clarify, as a son, I don't know, he
Yeah.
didn't qualify, I don't know what happened.
Does he only increase the raise?
He increased the extradition a little bit.
Oh, yeah, extradition, I bumped that up a little bit, let me explain why. This has been a crazy year for extraditions, and you can check with Judge Allen as well. In my 27 years here in office, we normally have 1 or 2 extraditions a year. I bet we are approaching 10. And some of those are shipping people back out to other states, which is fine, except for when they don't want to waive extradition, and then we have to go through the process of getting a governor's warrant and having a hearing to prove that they are who the other state says they are, which takes up time. But the last one where we were trying to bring somebody from another state, we had a warrant to prosecute a person or bring him back on a probation violation, and they refused to come back willingly, was in the state of Florida. And how much do you think it cost my office to bring that person back from the state of Florida to prosecute him?
What is that?
$7,500.
I was gonna say probably 5,000.
It was a little over $2,400, which you say that's low, but in the past, we used to be able to do that for under $1,000
Wow.
before COVID.
Was that transport company?
It's transport company, and they don't just go and get our guy and bring him straight back. They're on a bus route, so they're making a bunch of money picking up people all over. Let's say their route is the southeastern United States, and then they have to drop them off. So they will be on that bus for a long period of time. But anyway, we have to foot the bill for it. So I think in the past I'd had $1,000 there, and I bumped that up just a little bit, and that may not even cover one.
I wouldn't.
Wow.
I'm sure it's not a pleasant. I don't want to ride I don't even like riding nice buses for a long period of time, but I can't imagine being put on there with 20 other inmates and zigzagging across the southeast United States or.
Did they
Take that job driving.
wrinkle in the wrist?
Yeah, they're bound together.
Lord, did Florida to here on a bus?
Well, we're talking about extradition and so forth. Yesterday, I learned that there was a Freedom of Information request through the Attorney's Office about an immigration interaction with the jail, with an inmate. Someone was turned over out of our jail to immigration. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of the request or that even happening.
Yeah. And I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how that all works together. You read about it, hear about it on the news. They come into a court hearing, and somebody's having a hearing, and then immediately ICE shows up and takes them into custody. I didn't know how that happened.
No, I don't have any information on that. I would suspect, and this is a suspicion only, is that they probably already had a detainer or a warrant, federal ICE warrant for that person, and that's why they took them.
Which is identifiable in the database. When you put them in the database or you take them into the judicial process, there, that warrant pops up.
Yeah, and I wonder if it was even one of our cases, and when I say cases, I'm talking about criminal cases, because oftentimes, the jail now will pick up people in our county, but it may be a Vigo County warrant or something, they hold them temporarily until Vigo County gets it. Or they also hold inmates now, as you guys know, from other counties too, so I had no knowledge, I couldn't tell you anything about that, but I know it's happening in other areas, because you read about it and see it on the news, but I didn't know we had one.
I'm pretty sure we did.
And I think if it would have been, the reason I say that, if it would have been one of my criminal cases, I think they would have told me, hey, you don't have to worry about this guy because he's not in jail anymore. And I haven't had any like that.
Case has been dismissed.
Yeah. You haven't had any of that kind of good news, huh?
No. I would welcome that.
Just checking.
Yep.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved. No raises, as is the rest of it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Brian made the motion, as is without raises. Ron seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, next up, Title 40 incentive.
Yep, last but not least, because as you'll notice, I'm a couple budgets short this year.
Yes.
Because we got rid of the Evoca grant fund and the matching grant because of the fact that that money was going to go away. So this is the last one I have. And this is, as we mentioned before...
8897, Karen.
We mentioned before that through the Child Support Division, when we hit our targets for child support collection, arrearage collection, established paternity and so forth, we get incentive funds back to us from the federal government that go into an account that we can use to spend, but we cannot use them for, let me say it this way, we can only use them for child support related matters, and we cannot use it to replace general fund, we can only use it to help supplement general fund accounts. So this incentive fund is, like I said, it's money from the federal government, it's not general fund money, and it's money that our office earns by hitting their targets on collecting child support. And I don't know that there was much, other than the raise portion there for part of Brent's salary out of there, I don't know that we really changed much.
Travel, you raised printing quite a bit, but...
Oh, and I think, let me see my
You
notes on that.
subtracted equipment, which was 5,000, but your service contract is 1,000, and then printing.
The printing, we had to ask for, we put more in there because the costs of our ink cartridges for our printers and copy machines has gone up tremendously, and you all, if you've been in an office, have probably seen that as well.
The service contract is for the
Yeah, we went with we did an analysis and decided to go with a postage meter through a company instead of trying to buy stamps and then 3 days later have the U.S. Postal Service raise rates, so then all of our stamps, we now have to add additional stamps to get the right postage on it. We're trying this in hopes that it will also save a little bit of money long run too, and that's our, it's about $500 quarterly, so $2,000 a year is what we're using for it.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion
So moved.
without raises.
Approved without raises,
Okay.
As is the rest of it.
as is the rest.
That was Randall?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, Brian, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I think that takes care of you.
That's
Jared?
it?
I think so.
Does the public portion end right now? No. You'll have to see me in the hallway, Randall.
Yeah, we're still being broadcast.
Yes.
Live.
We want to see if Ashley can come early.
I need to pee.
I'm gonna email her.
Do a short break and see if
Well, there's a break anyway.
No, there really wasn't supposed to be till 10:30.
Well,
Engineers took a little longer, so I gave him more time this year.
Right.
Yeah, well, we had some things come up, like the tier thing, I was confused on, some other stuff that we talked
So,
about, so.
are we going to go ahead and approve the other job descriptions that have been put forward?
For his,
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the other ones, but I think it's pretty straightforward. There was no,
I don't know, we did the last one, but can we do that at the budget hearing?
no, I mean, next time, we'll look at it.
Oh.
yeah.
But I don't think we need to debate on it. We tabled it because we were kind of trying to coordinate this and see
Yes.
how many of them were going to affect the budget, only one of them.
Yeah, that was the only way. The other, I just want to make sure you guys had what we had in
Yeah.
our office.
What are we doing? Taking a break?
Well, we're waiting, she's gonna try to get Ashley to come here, but I'm gonna take a break
I got
real
another
quick.
response.
Huh?
I think there was another response.
Yeah, so, we can take a small break, and if we see Ashley come up, we can...
Rick, I saw yesterday that Ashley was about Richard Dawes.
How come I can't spell prosecutor? Prosecutor. He didn't bring new, did he? There's some donuts left.
There's a long john and some cinnamon
I
twist.
want a cinnamon twist. You shouldn't eat it, but I'm going to. Step out from the hall and
So Sherry, Pam, are we still on?
Yes.
We're doing 2 jobs.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Issue.
I'm gonna run the rest of it.
I might say something.
Yeah, Harry.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Things are,
What?
things are things that, you know, with the kids and they've been through some things, you know, that, yeah, they're more, they got more going on than just school. But
What time did Brent say he was gonna be here?
Do what?
What time did Brent say he was coming today?
After lunch.
Oh, what do you, yeah.
Well, he had a doctor's appointment that he has to wait like 4 months to get, so he said as soon as that was over, he would be here. So he thought he would be here around lunch, so. But yeah, this, I was just putting this if you remember, this for our reference at a 60,000 foot level. This is what Heather gave me as one payroll, and if I take that times 26, I mean, this is just gonna be not detailed, you know, whatever. This would be the yearly salaries. If we did the 2.7, that would be this much. And then we just found out that we get like 82,000 back in general from the prosecutor, so we'd end up with, this is how much it would theoretically closely be.
Which is the exact same thing we did last year, not quite the same, but we did $303,000 worth of tier raises last year.
And we took $1 million out of the commissioners, so we'd still be 700K to the good.
And I think 2.7 on all the tiers, if it was only like about $8,000.
Yeah, you said 8,000, yeah. Now, I think if we do, we'll have to do it that way this year for sure, and then we'll just have to discuss.
And then just fix it.
I'm doing well, yourself?
You know, we gotta get it fixed if we don't wanna do it that way. Because when you get away from 2.7 to 4 to 6, it gets really costly.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm great.
Great. Well, you got me beat.
It's close to Friday. What? We're close to Friday.
No, it's really close to Friday, but it's not Friday.
And it's a long weekend, huh?
It is a
It's
long
a
weekend.
long weekend.
It is a long weekend. Yeah, I'm cheered up. Monday?
Yeah.
Monday the holiday?
Yeah, you ever heard of Labor Day?
Well, I lost track of time.
It seemed early this year, though, in all fairness.
Oh, goodness.
I really remember about Labor Day, the Jerry Lewis telethon
Right.
weekend.
Take that for
Yeah.
the next meeting.
Yes.
I know about Labor Day, I just forgot that it's Monday.
Reminder too.
Yeah, yeah, we can do that.
Worthington yard sales.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I gotta go sit up tonight.
Go antiquing.
You know, I don't think they have as big a crowd as
No.
they used to, not anyways close, I don't know what happened, but.
Young people don't antique.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
do.
Young people don't play golf.
Young.
Young people don't join fraternal organizations.
I'm offended.
What else don't they do?
Young people don't talk to each other, they just,
Yeah, exactly. I saw where somebody was suing Chat GPT for their, contributing to their son's suicide.
Could be.
that's kind of,
Okay, we've got everybody here, we've got Ashley here early, so, why don't we go ahead and get started with the public defender's budget?
Mr. Murray not here today?
Not yet.
Not yet, he'll be here later.
Alrighty. How's everyone doing today?
Doing okay?
They're still hanging in there.
Yes.
I have, for you, a, summary of what the
reimbursement to the general fund was in 2024 and thus far this year, if you want to
Okay.
pass that around.
Thank you.
The all rest of it. You call it. Reading this and.
There you go.
Ultimately, with my budget, there's not a whole lot new. As far as my employees go, and our contract positions, ultimately, my request was a 4% raise, including as well as the new, I don't remember what we are calling it now, we're not doing longevity anymore, but the tier raises. And so, for Chief Public Defender, this state did not approve to increase the prosecutor or judges' salaries in 2026, and so there's no request of an increase in my salary, since I am in line with the prosecutor and judges. The only thing that my salary would include is that $5,000 supplement that the elected prosecutor and judges receive from the county, and that's calculated there into my salary for 2026. The deputy public defender, Ms. Martin, again, her and my public defender, their salaries for 2026, I was requesting a 4% raise plus the tier level. The public defender there in line 12, she's not quite at the tier status, and so hers did not include, I don't believe.
Okay, so, line 11, I'm sorry, who is that?
That's Ellen Martin.
Ellen, okay. Let me just, okay, and then, so, line 13, is that your supplement there?
Yes, that would be the
Okay.
$5,000.
Okay, and then your office administrator is Tana?
That is correct.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, who's your paralegal?
Paralegal is Ashley Poole.
Okay,
She started in January of this year.
okay. And then, so your public defender down here, 03, 014, is that a contracted position?
Yes, the
Okay.
one that says, yes.
You've got listed?
314 and 316, those are our contract public defenders.
Okay.
And their salaries just were increased by a 4% pay raise request.
Okay, and I noticed on your contract investigator, you subtracted 5,000?
Yes, the reason being is you will see on, under supplies, under operating supplies, I took 5,000 from my investigator line item and moved it for computer program software. Ultimately, we are receiving now hours and hours and hours worth of body cam footage. Everything is electronically discovered now, and this new program allows us to upload the body cam footage into the system, and we'll prepare a transcript of that body cam, which is very helpful for trials, because in trial, I may need a 1-minute clip from a 3-hour body cam. It's easier to elicit questions based on that transcript rather than uploading a body cam in the middle of trial and playing that clip. And so, the prosecutors have a similar program through Axon where it transcribes it. So essentially, this is just the defense version of what the prosecutors have.
Okay.
It's to where you can have the program on your system.
Correct.
Separate from his.
Correct.
Okay.
We were informed the Axon system's got much greater capacity than the old software when it came to body cam footage and so forth.
Yes.
Is that the same as your program?
This one's a little bit different in that we pick and choose what we upload into our program, so where the Axon and the prosecutor's office,
They look at it all.
it looks at it all, correct. This, we would be utilizing kind of on a case-by-case basis. We only get so many hours a year with our program. It's around 250 hours of body cam footage per public defender.
Still accessing Axon, right?
Yes, we do. So when the prosecutors send us the discovery, it comes through their Axon system, but I don't have that feature to transcribe the video. They also have a feature where they can search keywords within that video, so what I get is just the surveillance from Axon, but I can't use the features like the prosecutor is able to use. This gives us an opportunity to use those features if we need it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So is there, how do this question? Do you have to have a separate system? I'm just thinking if you were both using the same system, that would be cost effective.
I can't access their system. So the prosecutor would have to generously give me the transcript, and they do, sometimes they do if we're going to trial,
There's
but
a legal reason why you can't, I guess is what I'm asking.
sure, yeah, there's a legal reason that we can't access their
Your
system.
defense.
Yes. And there might be a video that they don't find important enough to transcribe, but I could find something in it that's helpful to my client and want to transcribe it. And so our rules are different on what we find helpful or hurtful for a case. And so that's kind of why we need our own separate system. And again, I can't access their features. I just get a video surveillance is all I get from them. I'm sure exactly where we left off, but that's why I took the 5,000 from my investigator, moved it over there. And then, pretty much the same, we asked for mileage reimbursement for board members, which our board members by statute are entitled to request mileage. Not all of them do, some do, so we went ahead and just moved over a little bit for that request. I increased appellate attorney fees just slightly. I believe last year it was $8,800. I increased it to $9,000 this year.
Are you replacing a computer?
No.
No, that's what she was saying, that's that software.
Oh,
Yes, yeah, that's that program. Yes, it's an annual fee of $5,000.
And then you've got on here a fax fee, so is that new?
No, we've had that for the last couple of years.
It was zeroed out last year. And also the mileage was zeroed last year.
I'm not sure why. We had it last year too.
It shows
The July status has zero. The budget status. Our mileage for board members is zero all the way across the board. Fax is 300, but it's so I'm not sure why that's not there.
I don't either, because I guess I don't know exactly what you mean as far as, but like when I
I'm
worked.
looking at the 2025 July budget status as of the end of July.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go back and you look at, so
It shows we have
in 2024, you did have, let me look here just quickly. In 2024's budget, you did have a $300 fax fee. I don't see any mileage in that budget, but then in
We didn't.
2025's budget, for some reason, the fax was taken out.
I don't know why, because we have a $100 balance, based on our spreadsheet in our office, there's a $100 balance right now on our fax. So our fax is $25 a month. So I'm not really sure with,
Well, there was a net budget amendment on the budgetary status now, so she has money in there, $300. I don't know what the amendment was. Do you remember, Heather? There was no money for fax on the original budget, but there's been an additional appropriation. I take that's what a budget amendment is, right? For $300.
I'd say that it fell off somewhere and we had to do it.
She might have transferred it or something from another fund.
You got
Or they mistakenly transferred. I'm not really quite sure, is ultimately with, our budget, I mean, in 2024 for fax, we had 300. In 2025, it is showing $0, and I don't know if we caught that and moved money over. I don't recall off the top of my head, but our fax has gone nowhere, and it's not increased luckily since 2024.
Looks like it might have been a transfer out of water.
Yeah, maybe. I have to
Minus 300.
inquire on that. I'm not really sure what
Plus
happened there.
300 in fact.
Okay,
We still have our fax, though. We still utilize our fax.
okay. Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I was
Yeah, I
gonna,
got
go ahead.
one.
Okay.
Ashley, do you know how many additional appropriations you've been here for this year?
None.
Okay.
And I can actually tell you that we have,
Any anticipated before the end of the year?
no, we have $50,803.49 remaining of, our budget excluding salaries. And last year, we sent back into the general fund almost $25,000. So ultimately, I plan, in the event we get that murder case, for example, that's going to require a lot more services and time or experts or investigators than we might need on a typical case. And so I use what I need if I need it, but if not, it comes back to the general fund. So in 2024, we didn't spend $24,931.19 of our overall budget request. This year, we still have remaining $50,803.49. Now, there is a pending murder case in which we've had to utilize outside counsel because every attorney in our system was conflicted. And so that particular attorney likely will dip into the $8,800 in our PD excess fund, as well as I might have to move money from our appellate fund to help cover that attorney's fees. But I don't anticipate requesting any additional appropriations this year.
So back to the conflicting out of the public defender's office. It was a surprise to me, I guess, that when Judge Allen mentioned it, that the entire office had conflict. Are those generally a personal conflict, or is it because it's a procedural conflict of something that you've interacted with the defendant in the past, or both, or?
It can be both. In this particular case, it is all professional conflict, which means ultimately, under the Indiana Rules of Professional Conduct, you can have a conflict of interest such that your representation of clients overlaps, and if those clients are adverse to one another or could be adverse to one another, or if you learned something in your other client's case that could be beneficial to client B, you're basically violating your duties to client A by divulging that to client B, and vice versa. You're violating client B's, your professional obligation to them, if you have to turn a blind eye to what you could use from client A's case. So in those situations, you have a conflict and have to sometimes get out of both cases. Sometimes it's just avoiding the one case if you're already aligned with another client. And so in that particular case, it was all professional conflicts.
And avoiding the whole case.
Yes. We tried to staff it around, I spoke to Indianapolis, I spoke to other defense attorneys before we made that decision that we had a problem. And
How does it get resolved? We get a contract?
we get an attorney who's hired on an hourly basis out of county, and that's what we had to do in this particular situation.
And so, do you provide for that in your budget, that contingency contract?
I do. So, I mean,
Is it enough, or maybe not?
so I have the PD excess fund, which is $8,800, and then we have appellate funds, which sometimes that's used on appellate attorneys, but we can also move that or shift it to the PD excess. But we also have, as you'll see on that sheet I passed around, there is a budget see where it says Title 4E reimbursements 2024? It shows in 2024, we had $4,678.90. This is kind of like a general rainy day fund in a sense, that's up to, it's got a $17,000 balance in it right now that's to be used only for defense. Actually, it can be used for whatever, but the recommendation is it be only used for defense services. So we have that fund. And then you also have the PD supplemental fund that, again, is kind of that rainy day fund. And so I don't anticipate I'm going to have to seek additional appropriations for this, attorney, because ultimately we have those other funds out there that we can pull from.
Yeah, that was where I was going, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The only other thing I needed to maybe briefly touch on is, as you might have saw from Marvin this morning, in 2023, at that budget hearing, I asked for a reclassification of Tana McDonald's position because ultimately Tana is an executive office assistant and that she does much more than just secretarial work. That was approved by the council in 2023 and Tana began being paid as an office administrator in that executive role in 2024. I made the mistake of not submitting a new job description, and so ultimately our new HR person, who's really great, caught that we didn't have that new job description, and so that's what we submitted today. Tana has been in this role since 2024. I just hadn't submitted the new job description for
It
that.
isn't a change, it's just.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we are just
Because we
catching
were-
up.
Okay, because we were like,
We've
we
seen,
know
We've already done this.
we've already
Yeah.
approved that, so,
Yeah,
okay.
HR caught that we didn't have her job description within the, I don't know exactly what the county keeps it, but we didn't have it, and so
Okay.
I'm playing catch up on that.
Okay, well, thank you. We thought, how did we miss something? So,
Nope, that's
okay.
all that is.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we accept as is without any raises.
Accept as is,
Oh, second.
without raises. Is the motion Karen made? Ron seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Quick question.
Okay.
before we
Yeah.
leave.
Yes, ma'am?
Is this kind of like a normal amount that goes back to the,
Yes, it actually has increased every year because ultimately as your budget increases, the reimbursement increases. And so, as you see in last year, the reimbursement was $271,705. This year, if we keep going at this rate, are going to be well over probably 280, almost close to 290
so that goes back
to the general
to
fund.
the general fund?
Yes, ma'am?
And that's a normal amount?
Yes, basically 40%, because fortunately, we stay in compliance and are able to get that reimbursement. But we're always recognizing new ways to recapture money. So for example, I've been trying to keep on IT, like if you buy us a new computer, you need to give that to me because I can seek reimbursement for IT. I can seek reimbursement for maintenance if they come to our office and do something that's only for my office. I can seek reimbursement for that as well. So it's just trying to get a hold of everyone and make sure they get us our invoices, and the good thing about that is we can always amend our quarterly request. And so, for example, IT couldn't find the paperwork for my quarterly request that I had due August 14th, but ultimately, as long as I submit it with the next quarter, they can recapture that in the next report and give us a little bit money back. So,
they'll reimburse for any expense?
not any expense. So they have, it's a spreadsheet that they do a calculation of, and that we only get reimbursement for what those defense services that are spent on felony caseload. And so they have a calculation that kind of extracts out what percentage we're spending on misdemeanor caseload. So under Indiana law and our commission standards. The county doesn't get reimbursement for monies spent on misdemeanors, and so they calculate how many of our caseload is felonies versus how many is misdemeanors. They run the numbers through their Excel spreadsheet, and it tells us what we get back. So, for example, in my report that I just submitted,
Is that where the 40%, that number comes from? They're looking at it and saying we're 40% felony? and-
yeah, so I sent a report, and the total expenditures for indigent defense services in Q2 was a little over $213,000. And again, that includes my office, Superior Court, Circuit Court, but then the non-reimbursable expenditures that it extracted out of that amount was $34,699. So out of the reimbursable expenditures, it was $178,442. The 40% amount we got back was $71,376. So the report kind of extracts out what we don't get reimbursed for. Any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
guys have a good Labor Day weekend.
You too, thank you. Okay, so,
I emailed Mike, he said he could be here, well, I asked him to be here at 10:30.
okay,
I thought it would take a little longer.
Are we about
that's okay.
Yes.
We've done solid waste, right?
No.
No, we have not done solid
Well, it
waste.
could not be
No,
done
that's-
until today.
Okay, because we didn't get the DOG out.
Oh, that's right, that's
But are they ready? Who is it, Ayers or, is he around?
Theirs.
I don't know.
I like to go till lunch, through lunch and be done.
right.
Well, as far as like any discussion on the raises and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, Brent asked if we could
Wait till
postpone
he
that
gets back.
till he gets here.
Yeah. We can get it all done
Heather's got
before
some
lunch.
figuring to do during lunch, right?
I mean, do it after lunch?
The
I don't
discussion.
know, I asked last night if I could go home and do the numbers, and no, everyone said no. So whatever you guys let me know.
She's gonna have to wait till after lunch till we have our discussion, or...
Did you go home and rest?
No.
Yeah, I went to bed
There you
at
go.
like 6:30.
Good for you.
No, Ed has been on that before, and he says, they did the stuff over at the...
So Mike's gonna be here.
Okay,
Mike will be up here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
that's what...
My paper
just...
Yes.
It's not, it's not there, it becomes invisible. He's the only one that...
Last year, these went so much longer, so I gave them more time this year, and now they're like,
He's been doing this for a lot of,
That's okay.
not taking us.
so they...
I guess
they
I'd
don't
rather
even
be early than
want
running
you to
behind and everybody be doing
do
their meeting.
anything there because I'm trying to remember all this.
Okay, I texted.
But I don't have his number right now, or he probably, I know at some point.
Question for you guys, just random.
They may,
No, no.
Coronavirus office.
That's okay.
They have an office, and they have a phone
So
system.
what I was trying to do here, is
Well-
just give us
you know,
Whenever they did the whole new phone system in TNX, the deputy
She got
coroner
all
gets the office calls forwarded to the...
That's one payroll.
Like, they did that automatically.
What I did was I took
Could
that times 26.
he not get a stipend?
So this would be
Like, he
high
has
level,
his own personal
maybe,
bill.
you know, it's in the $80,000 something. So what the yearly cable would be,
Probably doesn't cost
we just did 2.7%. I mean, this is just rough numbers.
No, because
This is just kind of giving them an idea, so
It's a convenience.
2% of that's this
If
much.
we wanted to go out of our way and pay
Get
for
this
this
much back
phone bill,
from the
even if it's
prosecutor.
just 20 or 25
Back into the fund.
like,
she's saying the
Now we're
deputy
getting
coroner is
this
taking
back.
phone call. He's forwarding the office phone.
We could do
his cell
that,
phone.
and this only cost us
I
$8
without asking.
and we got $1 million back from the commissioners.
So now whenever he's home, because he's only part-time, he's
That should
getting
be a
calls.
no-brainer.
Well, I could probably change it back. Change it.
Did you,
They probably asked the coroner who to do it to, and he said,
60 whatever thousand, we were already in the hole.
one of them.
And that,
Did they do it with the office
But that
phone?
was-
So they did.
No, there's still an office phone, but whenever whenever
That
one
was
there,
including
it's like
the
twice or whatever, and
raises
then
at
automatically
2.8.
gets sent to.
That could be turned off.
So I was.
Which I know we
Go.
did that during COVID.
Yeah.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Even if I had.
Well, but you know, that's the corner. I mean, they're usually calling you before that.
Right, exactly.
You need the corner out there right now.
We got anybody else?
Is that right where?
Nobody did. I think there's someone like,
Yeah.
Amanda.
I just did.
But late at night. If we got the holiday, you need to get out. No, ask Joe. He wants to do that. He wants to approach us about that. Who's the deputy?
John Brewer.
Okay.
I think it's spelled Bachelor, but I think you pronounce it Brewer. Nice guy, he's been there for many, many years.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get an emergency list for me. I got a appointment for next week or next month, I'm like, I could, he's here, everyone's got my bug down. So she's already got. Hey, Ron. Okay. This morning I sat down in a minute and I was like,
Maybe your feeling fell out.
I think Phil is still there, I don't know. I'm tired, I always chew on that thing.
I'm notorious about chewing on my left side.
And I'm kind of like, chewing it.
Yeah. If I chew on my right side, I always end up biting my lip, like my cheek. I don't know why.
You gotta wait 3 more weeks for your appointment because you're not gonna get a new one, Molly. Can't get any month for a headache.
No. My daughter had a doctor's appointment for Tuesday, and we scheduled it 3 months ago, but I wasn't thinking about budget hearings. And she's like,
Huh?
I said, do you have the
am I gonna drive to Bloomington?
Do I have the answer?
I'm like, yep, because I'm in the
I do
building.
not.
I don't like it.
Everybody's just running around.
I know.
I thought, well, we tried
She
going
just
out there.
signed it. She just got her license in June, so she's still a very new driver.
Jefferson,
My mom and my grandma lived there too.
never had a problem. I had this So, sometimes I absolutely don't know what you're having.
Yeah.
And so, last time I went in there, and we did the thing, and we did it. So she was running that ride, and she called me after we did the actual lab. And she said, "Honey, I gave you, it's not good for this strain of bacteria, so you have to do this antibiotic." So I did that. And I'm like, "Is it over?" And I said, "Could we check in?" And they said, "Yeah, okay, you know, he said, if you have any more issues, you need to see your urologist." They want to see you, you know, right? So I called there and this was like back in June, probably. And all I can see is October the 29th.
That's how I am with ear infections. I've had 3 ear infections this year.
Yeah. Well, and the kind of is here too because
Mine's my left too.
2 years ago, I guess, I was so, well, I had ear infections in this ear before, years and years ago. Last 2 years ago, yes, I had, 2 years ago, I had this ear infection, and they gave me some, and I'm going to go to the ear nose. She gave me a prescription. And I mean, I was just miserable for 3 months. It was awful. And this is like constantly after this. I just went,
Does it itch all the time?
it itches and then it's gone.
That's how mine is.
And I went back to the doctor and I got where I was there for the last time.
I carry Q-tips with me because it itches all the time.
I said, I think I got an infection. So she looked at it, she said, well, I don't see any infection. But she said, you do have water back there. So she gives me nasal spray and tells me I can take allergy stuff. And I don't get just like ever go. Just,
Yes, yes, I feel that.
and then I gotta put this stupid hearing on, and I got home last night, I don't remember the reason why last all day, I wish I could do on the charger. I don't remember it now. I got home last night. Because I didn't wear it all the time, because I got it. So when I was finding me giving me a headache, it was just like so much, stimulating shit like that you whatever talking about. So I took it out and I laid it into it.
Direction of the auditor.
Oh, Gary,
Well, I can make it to the lunch.
I forgot something.
Oh.
I don't know whether it needed to be
Gary
addressed
looked at
here
her
or
own
not.
serious while ago and said, that's what
Amanda's tier, remember that issue with her tier pay?
Yes.
Last year, she only got
No, I don't think nobody does it.
second level
On that
instead of
one.
officer manager level.
Stand there kind of mumbling.
Is that to be addressed?
About as good here.
The council?
So I know Kevin's aware of it.
Yeah, we talked about money, and it just slipped my mind because we got to talk about
Start
some of
calling
the...
Biden.
Kelly,
Do it early if I want
for Amanda's tier, since you guys are aware of it, that she's office administrator and she doesn't want to work here.
I forgot to bring that up in front of
Now, where's
Does he need to do a call out later, whenever we do?
Probably,
Which is nice.
Sometimes happens to me at home. I get sidetracked and talking about other things, I'm down to my desk, and I'm, oh, wait a minute, I forgot to bring that up.
That they do, don't they?
Just an happy hour sometime then. You can just call me or just let me know what time you're back up here and come back in the days.
I'll have to email. I can't dial extensions from here. Or I mean, if you want to give me,
Do you have a rough idea when they're gonna start? I can just come up to them.
do you guys, we only have Mike Payton's holidays booked. So, maybe 11:30?
What?
What time? Do you think 11:30-ish?
I don't know, because it all depends on Brent. He wanted to be here for this part of the discussion, so.
I can email Amanda and let
Well, the
her know.
reason is I've got a detective coming to get to work on a jury trial I got coming up, so I don't know that'd be on my email, but I thought if the phone rang, I'd pick up the phone to know, hey, I've got to come up there.
Okay.
But you can email Amanda too.
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
Thank you.
What is it you're talking about? That he wants to be here?
A tier that didn't get paid correctly.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Got paid early?
No, it just got paid incorrectly.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
We gotta resolve all those issues.
Yeah. Okay, so, let's go ahead and call Mike up here. We'll start out with probation, which is page 35 for us, Department 273 for you, Karen.
Got a big day here today.
I'm ready. Thanks for getting me in early.
Yeah. You haven't been in front of the council for any additional appropriations this year, have you?
Yes, I had to get additional mileage.
Yeah, I see now that you're asking for more.
Yes, that way we hopefully avoid that
Yeah,
in
next
26. I don't know, we're with the state of juveniles and the fact that our officers have to travel so much to deal with those kids, you just never know. But I anticipate that that's going to be a regular thing now with the way that they're required to be on the road so much.
Okay, so most of his budget is, in this one, is mostly personnel. One thing that does need to be addressed, So last year, whenever you all had the budget hearings, that I couldn't be here in person or via Zoom personally, whenever we instituted the tier system, Jean Ann was considered a secretary. And so her tier, I believe, was done at $4,200, but then Mike came back and we did a reclassification because she's really an office administrator. So we do need to decide if, which he did not ask for this, in discussion with him. So she did get $4,200. Others in the courthouse that were considered, the top tier, as an office administrator, they got the top tier. So that's something that I brought to his attention. I don't know if that'll be something we'll discuss later on to determine with the tiers, but if she were to get the top tier, then he would potentially have to come back and ask for an additional appropriation because she would be $3,300 short.
Did that in next budget, Kelly? Because I don't see an ad office. Which one of these lines?
So it's not listed, it's not changed in our budget book.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it still shows probation and secretary, but she is actually the office administrator. It is
17?
line 17, yeah.
And that's, you said Jean Ann?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we go, is her base salary 49?
That right there, or is
that base with
that has the 4,200 tier in it.
Does that agree with what you got, Mike? 49,030 minus 4,200 comes in at 44,830.
Well, that's what the line 18 is, so I would say that's correct.
Yeah.
44,830.
Yeah, that would have been the base salary for her.
For what? For 25 prior to?
20, yes.
The
Well,
reallocation?
no, it was just, he didn't end up, her base pay didn't go up any when we did the reclassification.
It was just a tier.
Her tier, I just caught that whenever I was looking at things, that hers isn't in line with others with that many years with the office administrator position, so.
So we shorted it?
Yes.
How much?
$3,300.
Which one is that, the 1.7 or 1.8?
The 1.7.
Okay.
And so we need a 44,830 with how much on top of it? 75?
Just $3,300. Because she's already received $4,200.
That's what the 49,030 is.
Yes, that has the $4,200 in it.
Well, she would still get that though, right? So it would be 75.
75 total, so yeah, she would get an additional
So 44,830 plus 7,500 would be this year's salary with no raise.
Right.
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
And
I'm following now.
52, 330 is under the 56 number you got there.
57.
Or yeah, 57.
Okay, so he's probably added in the additional tiers though from 20 to 47 years, is that what we said the other day?
I went 25 through the 45.
Yeah, so she would get the $600, or did you do the 400?
It was 3,000, so how many years that is, so it'd probably be 6,
So you did,
every 5 years.
Over 20?
Yeah.
yeah,
600 over,
okay.
For
So
five,
he
so it
did
came out
do
to
the tier
3,000.
correctly this year, so 6 for the,
yeah.
You don't think we got enough room in the 57,423 number with the raise and everything?
I don't know, there might be, I just don't know for certain. I did not go ahead and,
Calculate it out.
I did not go ahead, but,
I don't think.
okay, so without a raise, it would be 50, if I just did this right, it would be 55,330? Did I do my calculation right?
What are you adding to the 44,830?
Plus, well, hold on,
56,6,
I did it wrong.
no, it's 55,872.
Okay. So,
55,872
okay,
times 1.027 becomes 57,380.
okay, so he would have enough if we do a raise. Okay, okay,
We're good, right?
yeah.
So,
I think there's room there once we all come down to it, if we put a raise on it of some sort. I don't think you're gonna have to ask for an additional appropriation. But that's Heather's job at lunch. Or the afternoon today, and us go back and look at it one time in the morning and be done.
However we want to do that, so,
I can't be here tomorrow.
In the morning,
no.
you send your lackey.
I think she's...
I think we're not advertised for tomorrow.
No.
It has to be done today.
Oh, well, look, we've got
we gotta send it today.
I thought it was all right.
The man is here.
Today's
today, this afternoon was callback.
Look at me and fly out of here.
So,
Kind of had the end there, didn't you, Brett?
so right now, do we want to go ahead and deal with the additional tier that she should have gotten, or you want to do that later? How do you guys want to do this?
So, we can't go over what's proposed, right?
Right, but he has pretty good raises in here, looks like.
And we're gonna have enough room in there, wiggle.
Are you telling me that we need to catch her up?
Not retroactively, just add the 3,300 to the 2026 budget, yes. So,
Yeah, set her at a $7,500 tier.
so, just so that she can get caught up with where she should have been, and then the additional 5-year increments up through 45 years.
So Kelly, I would make a motion that we accept this without any raises, but adjusting line 007 to reflect the correct tier amount.
Okay,
So what would that be?
okay, so,
7,500, right?
yes. Okay, so Karen made a motion as is without raises, but taking care of line 0017's tier to reflect what should have been the 7,500.
So what would that total number be instead of the 49,030?
52,330.
Alrighty.
That's if you're taking 44,830, probation secretary, and giving her $7,500. Is there a tier on the other probation secretary, 44,830?
She's not been there long enough
No,
yet.
no, so. Okay, so Karen's made a motion, I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Brian. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So
I
did
will
you,
abstain.
Brent's abstaining? Okay,
Because I don't know what you're talking about.
correct. Since you just walked in on part of it. Okay,
Now, will that include the 3,000 for the 2026 to get her up to 25 through 45 years?
yeah,
Under
that's
tiers.
already
Okay.
included in there. We've already got those, we know that.
Okay.
We're just not doing the raises right at the moment, so. Okay, next is adult probation, page 84. That's Fund 2,000, Karen.
That's 84, right?
Yes, page 84.
Adult, you said?
Yes, Fund 2000.
Oh, there it is. No. Here it is.
And I did call and talk to Mike the other day. He did say that none of them, by state, they did not get a raise, so, but you'll probably need to explain why it's 15,000 out of this instead of the 13,900. You probably just moved fees around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a guessing game every year with, outside of the county general part, the part that comes from user fees. I kind
This is
of,
not raises.
No, it's not.
I kind of project at my best guess how much money we're going to bring in user fees and how much we're going to spend out of those user fees. I don't have a surplus anymore. Years ago I did, and then it just, costs went up, same amount of money came in, eventually we went through everything I had surplus.
Has the user fee schedule been,
It's maxed. State sets that.
yeah, we ran in the same thing there with, not CASA, drug and alcohol.
Yeah.
They said they're at the top of their scale too.
Yeah, we are. We did start, a few years ago, start using credit cards, accepting debit cards and credit cards, and that helped. But, you know, there's only so much that we can do to force them to pay. We do our best. You know, we have now taken on the hat of trying to be a collection agency and get these people to pay their fees, and most do a pretty good job. Some don't. We can't revoke them if they don't, and so we're kind of, our hands are tied on how much pressure we can put on them to make them pay their fees. So, you know, we operate with what we can get.
You say you don't use a third-party collection?
No.
Not allowed, just no money in it?
It was more of a hassle to get them all that information than it was just to try to collect it ourselves. So, and we do, I mean, if they get in trouble and, you know, they have bonds and stuff like that, we'll collect their bonds. If any of them ever want to have a case expunged, they have to go back and pay everything that they owe from any previous case that they were on that they didn't get paid. So, I mean, we do a fairly decent job. We don't collect all of it, but, you know, at the end of the day, there's, you know, there's just so much that we can do. So.
Any other?
Putting a lien on their expungement. Well, I mean, that's what it is. You're still staff to go through you, make sure everything's clear before they expunge.
Yes, everything has to be done, yeah.
Gotcha. So they can, and a lot of people don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You know, the courts do a pretty good job. They get bond money, they'll call us and say, hey, how much do they owe? So, you know, we try to get it that way. One thing that has kind of hurt some of our funds is that the courts don't, used to be they would automatically take out our administrative fee and then our initial fee, which each is $100 for felony cases. They've started taking out more for drug and alcohol because their fees went up, so it means they take out less out of a bond for probation. So sometimes we don't get that administrative fee anymore, straight out of the bond, so then they got to pay it out of pocket. So it's $100 for each of our felony cases, but you get something. So that we kind of took a hit on the administrative fee, which is another one of my budgets.
Okay.
Well,
Any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, accept it.
Okay, Ron made the motion.
No raises.
Well, this
Yeah,
not
that's-
raises. It's moving money around.
Huh?
Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probation officers, their salary is set by the state. They did not receive a raise this year.
Oh, even though it says
Even though it's...
extra money?
Yes, it's because he's had to move move between his funds to get his people paid.
Okay, so we don't have any choice on this one.
Right.
Correct. So Ron made the motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Brian, all in favor say aye. Okay. Next up will be juvenile probation, page 86, Fund 2050. Karen?
Money from here.
So is that gonna be the same? Is it also set by the state?
Yes.
We need adult probation fees, next page.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. Sorry, adult fees, sorry, I skipped one.
So we're doing adult probation?
Fees, yes.
That's the admin.
Fund 2001,
But it's actually lowered.
Yeah, there's no questions on this one.
Did you roll that into juvenile? No? All the, it's got all the numbers went down by $1,000, and flip the next page, there's all new.
We always try, well, that is probably new to the juvenile supplemental. If there's no money in it, it doesn't look like there's gonna be any money in it, I don't use that fund, so we actually have two juvenile funds. We have the juvenile supplemental, and we have the juvenile administrative fee. And I'll use one year and maybe not one the next year, just because our juvenile, we don't collect a whole lot of fees on the juveniles. We don't have the, just don't have the huge numbers like we do on the adults. And of course, the kids don't have money, so then we try to get it from their parents, and, so it's kind of limited. So one year I'll use supplemental, the next year I use admin, and this year I'm using the supplemental. So, and there's, as you can see, not a whole lot in there either.
right.
So I try to use what I have available to me.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So I'll make a motion, we accept as is.
Okay, Karen made the motion as is. I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Randall. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, now page 86, juvenile probation.
And that's the same situation as all the
Yep.
other ones.
Pretty much the same thing. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
Okay, Ron, motion as is. I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Brian. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay.
Juvenile admin, is that next?
Yes.
Yeah. And there's nothing in
Page
that.
87, that's Fund 2051. I'm sorry, what?
There shouldn't be anything coming out
Should
of
not
that.
be anything there, okay.
Oh, this got stuff in it?
Yeah, it's that,
It carried over from
Just
last
carry
year.
on.
it just carries it over.
So are we gonna zero that
We
out?
still have to
then?
approve, don't we?
Yeah.
No, because we can zero it out. It's
Yeah.
not.
Zero it out.
Okay, so I guess that's all.
Motion on zeroing it out or anything?
All right.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Zero.
We did council on rainy day already.
Yep, so, right now, we just need solid waste.
He never texted me back.
Okay. We'll wait and see if he,
Who, Ed?
Ed, yeah.
We gotta wait to get the numbers after lunch to see where we stand.
You able to get that in that length of time?
What exactly are you wanting me to figure?
How much we've cut from the budget already,
General fund.
how much we got to use for a discussion of sorts. So we got special ask on new hires and parity raises and,
What's that? What page?
right, market adjustments and
We don't have it on, we don't have that. That, solid waste is something that they bring in that extra. He brings in the budget separately.
You're on the solid waste board, aren't
So why don't we just have her just take out the raises?
they don't.
Like, just take out what we've said, take it out. I don't know what I was taking.
It always said it's done and over, but it's after this. And he says, you know, you don't have to do anything, because that's our power.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
We run this part.
Yeah, but we still have to have him come before us and let us say something to him,
Yeah.
so, yep.
We want to talk about, an amendment to a motion we made yesterday. Need it lit?
You can bring,
Or do we just tell Heather how we want it done, or?
What we talking about?
Yesterday, we approved for a transfer of $750,000
out of the,
out of its lit to be used on these projects.
On the harvest, on the municipal project.
Yeah. I would like to have more coordination, more communication, no coordination, more communication. And it was revealed in the very next conversation that the way you get that is you pay that out in different increments. And when they need the next increment, they come back and tell you, this is what we're doing. This is what we spent it on. Instead, $750,000 we offered yesterday, we're gonna get, I imagine, very little communication back. That's my take on it.
So you're wanting to revoke that 750, that's what you're...
No, I want to amend it to be paid out
In 3 increments.
in 3 increments.
Oh,
Transferred in 3 separate increments.
So in other words, they could tell us this was going for soft cost engineering, this was going for actual.
All they do is come back and tell us, hey, this is what we paid for.
We don't know what progress they're making. Yeah.
There's no...
Makes sense.
And if they need the next transfer, come in here and say, hey, we're ready for the next transfer, here's what we paid that last one for, this is how the project's going. If not,
You know, because
we have to get online and watch the meeting.
place where...
We
can't
have to go
always
to the
hear
meeting.
everything.
We have to go to the meeting.
Okay, and by
You know, I don't know if you guys have been watching the regional sewer district meetings
there,
Yeah, that's,
about frogs. We got frog issues down at Love's. That's been a meeting. We're trying to get a new sewer plant. All of that stuff is happening. And we hold the purse strings, and yet, in the dark.
communication, I got you.
maybe I could be wrong too, but no, I
that frog thing was solved.
Well, they had a meeting about it. I didn't hear whether they solved it. It came up back when they built I-69.
And it has something to do with it, they can't do it before.
And they mitigated it somehow and got the road in, so I'm sure they'll solve it again.
As long as the EPA hasn't come along and said the frogs are protected,
Well, that's what they're doing.
that's what I figured.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. They did that with crawdads too.
You know, I'm getting a little
But
old.
they put 69 in, and it's like within like
My strength is...
very close to where...
They engineered it that way. Little frog signs that point them where they need to go. So they engineered it that way, so that's the way it worked out, you know.
Can we talk about the health department budget again?
yes.
Or you not want to talk about
No, we can talk about it.
it? So looking at the health department budget after I got home and did what I wanted to do, was scour through it a little bit. That thing's got so many moving parts. One of my concerns came out then that in the community health,
The school liaison,
whatever the name of it is,
yes.
let me get to the number.
Oh, we've got Ed here.
Fund 11, I got it.
a little early, but I thought you might be too.
Yes.
We're ready for you.
Well, before we continue with this, let's go ahead and do
We're
him.
ready for solid
Waste, yes.
waste.
Yeah. Heather tried to text you about it.
She texted you 30 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
I didn't get the text on it, I didn't feel it vibrate.
You must be out of reach.
No, I probably wasn't, I probably just
No.
numb. I missed so many meetings. I got a text.
No, my schedule said 1 o'clock, and I went, well, if I walk up there before lunch and you're free, you just might wanna go ahead and do it.
Yes.
So, but I got it, Heather, I just didn't feel it.
Well, you just showed up on perfect time.
Yes.
Good. Any questions?
We have something from you? I don't want to talk something else.
No, but I can get some copies of this real quick. You don't have a copy of my budget?
It's not in the budget. I don't think so.
Well, I figured you had a copy.
No, I think I do.
Walk next door and I'll get you some.
Okay, thank you.
Sitting pretty good.
Pardon?
Sitting pretty good over there. I'm just glad to see we got our compactors back at the satellite and, Sure on that, man, it disappeared one day. Yeah, well, we talked about that. Before they made a decision, they kind of got, it's like, why did you do that? It's a big difference. The wind had, we pretty much break about even. I don't think we might have a month we'll go in the hole a little, but then we'll make it back the next month, and that's what our whole goal was to start with. Yeah, just survive. Plus it alleviates a little bit of having to drive all the way over here. But you'd still be surprised how many people do not know we're down there. Yeah, I know. And I tell them, I say, where we open it, you got brush, things like that. Because usually they got loaded in their truck, they're, oh man, didn't know you was closed, so I said, well, if you can't go there, I'll just let you in and go to your brush out. Yeah.
Are you wanting just the general?
I've done it
Yes.
a couple
And
times
just the
for
money
big
that you
ones,
cut.
because there's no cost involved there. If it's something else, then depending on what project, if the project was by the
Salaries, right?
board of works, sometimes she can
No, I mean,
fall me out.
Are you wanting salary amounts too?
You gotta do something. That's where a lot of mine are.
Or
Yeah.
just what you cut out of the budget?
I guess you can just do right now what we've cut out of the budget.
I'll budge in.
It hasn't been a lot. I mean, salaries would account for a lot of it because everybody put a 4%.
Well, and minus all the new hires.
Yes, and minus all new hires. I mean, I've got like separate figures as far as like, for the sheriff's budget, well, I don't have it all separated out. Is security and jail, are those are general fund?
Yeah.
I think we got 33,292 for the
Thank you.
1.5.
Did you prepare this, Ed?
I didn't. Matt Miller did.
Oh, okay. And you haven't had put a raise on there? A 4%?
No. Didn't know it was 4% when we had to prepare it. We put $1 an hour.
Our budget runs a different cycle, does it not?
This is not
Yeah.
any salary,
When
it's
there's
just
calendar year.
That's how much
They're different.
Our year ends June 30
new hires.
and starts July 1. We have to have our budget into the state well before that.
Commissioners.
So we didn't know anything about 4%, and I couldn't find out because the decision hadn't been made.
Okay,
So
well, and we
we
cut
put $1 an
out,
hour in there. Figure I'm safe one way or another.
right now, we don't have the parity in there for the,
Okay, so I can add that too.
okay, so do that real quick. And we did not have this 2558 for the 50,000 for the EMA.
Okay.
We took it back to,
This
yeah,
money
just go
comes
ahead.
from,
Comes from user fees. Yeah.
property tax?
Nope.
User fees? No.
There's no taxes involved in it whatsoever.
Parity.
No, but the fee is collected on
Yes, collected with the property tax.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, off the property tax.
$6 each
Semi.
Oh,
semi-annual.
I'm sorry, that includes
And
the
it's a
raise.
user fee for everybody that has a home,
Yeah.
piece of property with a house on it.
Still
And
in there, so,
And businesses.
I mean, I guess it's still be remote.
Yeah.
And that covers all your recycling. It doesn't cover your trash, but it covers all your recycling. So if you bring recycled material out there and keep it separated, that's half your trash that you don't have to pay to get rid of. And then if you want to go ahead and take your trash out there, there's a good possibility it's cheaper than having it picked up at home. It's just a hassle.
Are you still accepting other things that are unrecyclable?
Yes, and those things you'll have to pay for because we have to pay for to get rid of them.
Pay our
Okay, thanks.
I don't have that with me today for all that, but if you bring a trailer full of trash in, we've got to charge for that. If you bring a TV in, we've got to charge for that depending upon the size of the screen. And if it's a LCD screen, I think it's just like $5 no matter what size it is. But for the old picture tube type, they're diagonally measured, and that's how we have to pay to get rid of them, so we charge to get rid of them.
Like $5, because I just got rid of one.
Yeah, some of them go a little higher than that, depending on how big they are. The huge ones get up around $40.
Any appliances?
We take appliances, and if it's a metal appliance, if it's a range, it's a refrigerator, it's a dryer, it's free, because it's recyclable. We've got a tub out there that takes metal, and we just pitch it in it when it's full. The Dumas, Ben Sands comes and gets it. Used to be Dumas, it's not anymore Dumas, but same outfit.
Except black one.
They bring us an empty one and they pick up the full one. They don't charge us for it, we don't get any money out of that metal, but they don't charge us for the trip.
I'm surprised on the refrigerator, J&J picks ours up in Worthington at Linton, and he still takes refrigerators even though now there's not a lot of metal in the refrigerator anymore, almost everything's plastic, but he's never complained, so, but that's a even deal, we fill it up, he comes and gets it at his own charge, so.
Yeah, well, it's got some copper in it.
Flat rate for,
Mattresses, they're different prices for different size of mattresses, but they're not real expensive. I think maybe 15 for a king. I'm going off the top of my head, so I don't have my price list with me. But,
okay.
Well, I'm
we
surprised.
take all that stuff.
I'm surprised you get mattresses, you know, out along where I live, every once in a while you see them like down in the ditch, you know.
that's close, that's what happens.
I hope you don't see as many.
Yeah.
And I don't care how many we try to take in and how low the price is, there's some unscrupulous people out there that's not gonna pay it, and they're gonna dump it if they can. Then it takes a county backhoe to get it picked up, because once they're wet, and actually, once they're wet, nobody wants to handle them up close anyway.
Run into that with a couple couches, actually it was
There's a couch at the end of my
it
road.
was a section of all three pieces were
The
thrown.
county has to come and pick them up and get rid of them. The county, when the county picks it up, we don't charge the county to get rid of it, so that's free. So somebody that dumped it alongside the road got rid of it for free.
Be surprised to remember. What you're saying is it's okay to go out to the county highway and dump it in the parking lot?
Well, same difference.
It'd be easier than
I'll
dumping
tell
it in the
you,
ditch.
y'all may be putting it on somebody that didn't intentionally mean for that to be dumped now, too.
That's true. They could have paid somebody.
People that haul around their vehicles and don't tie them down, and don't realize that they're moving from
Well, that's
Bloomington
true. I guess
to
there
Wood
could be-
City, and they lost their mattress somewhere.
It's not a time for a story, but I'll tell you a story. I got a call from my neighbor one day. She says there's a guy with a pickup truck dumping a lot of trash along the road on your place. I got a little hollow along the road between two pieces of wood that you can't see until you're right on top of it. She got the license number for me. I worked the sheriff's department at that time. And I just immediately called the license number in. There's people in Linton. I turned around, called the phone number, got the phone number, I called the phone number, and the lady answered the phone, and I told her who I was and what I was calling for. Oh my God, he dumped it on a cop's property. He'd been paid to clean out his neighbor's garage. He was unemployed. He was paid to clean out his neighbor's garage, but rather than taking pay to get rid of it, he's going to pocket all the money. He found a piece of vacant land that he thought was vacant, and he dumped it in there. I gave him till noon the next day to get it all cleaned back out, and he had taken a pickup bed inside his pickup bed, and backed up there and slid that whole pickup bed down over that hill. How he got it out there by noon the next day, I don't know, but he did.
That wasn't your problem.
That wasn't my problem.
Oh, my goodness.
But
I used to get the community, kind of community workers, you know, when they got in trouble. This guy come in, he just really didn't fit the bill of a worker, you know. I said, usually don't ask him what they're there for. I said, what are you doing here? And he's probably in his early 50s. He goes, well, I had about 10 bags of trash that I gave my son to go get rid of. He went out in the DNR and throwed it out. Conservation officer dug through it, found mail in it, so he had to pay a $500 fine, the dad did, plus do 8 hours community service for me. And he started me up, I said, how'd your boy fare in this? He goes, he's still paying this way, he's not driving for a while. And he has a summer job now, he's not getting paid for it.
Okay, solid waste.
Oh, goodness.
We just review this, that's it?
Yeah.
Nothing's really changed in it, it's about the same budget as last year, there's very little bit of changes in it. We have been receiving a little bit more money each year because each year we've been adding houses to the tax rolls at the rate of a little over 100 a year for the last 3 years. Business is booming, you know, in Greene County. We need housing, we don't have enough, but when houses are getting built, we're adding to this with $12 for each one of them. So,
we've made a lot of improvements in the last 5 years over there.
and we have a lot of improvements yet we need to make, but yes.
Down here on the backside of 8210, you've got capital outlay there for $250,000 in 2026. What are you building or remodeling?
Well, that was our remodel on the building. We're going to resheath the building, the roof, the sides. Going to put a new ceiling inside, which it doesn't have. It's got styrofoam up against the ceiling. We're going to put a metal pan ceiling on. A new heat and air in the offices and the restrooms. And 2 new overhead doors.
Didn't we approve that? We approved that budget.
Yeah.
Problem is we don't have the money right now. The money was coming from ARPA, and you gave us the interest money for that. The interest money, if I'm thinking right, was to be put into a separate account as it came back in monthly, and it didn't get done. It's not Heather's fault. It was before Heather's time. It got put back into the ARPA fund. So Nate's trying to shake it out and see where it's at, if he can find it, and so far he hasn't had time. Believe it or not, this is a busy job, and he hasn't had time to get that done. So I'm not sure we're going to find the funds, so that capital outlay may not get outlaid, although some of it has to. We have to replace the 2 overhead doors before winter. One of them doesn't work now, it's up, and we're afraid to let it down, afraid we won't get it back up. So I hate to leave it that way, but we lock the driveway up every night. Anybody wanting in there's got to walk in anyway, and there is cameras around. So hopefully nobody will get in there and mess around. But if we let the door down, we can't get it back up. It's a 14-foot by 16, or 16-foot by 16-foot door.
Okay.
Well, this building was built around 1983.
Yeah.
There was a fossil fuels maintenance shed when I worked there.
Oh, coal mine property.
Sunshine.
Oh, yeah. I don't have enough.
Oh, yeah.
We did buy a new Bobcat. You loaned us the money to pay for that out of rainy day fund. We appreciate that. We'll be paying that back over the next 5 years. And we needed that bad because the Caterpillar that we had was costing us more in maintenance than all our payments are going to cost. So, other than that, we're not spending much money other than labor.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Then I would entertain a motion.
Well, we're not really accepting this one.
Reviewing it? Reviewing it.
Just review it, yeah.
We reviewed it?
Yeah. Okay, so Ron made the motion, we reviewed solid waste budgets. Second by Brian, all in favor say aye.
I don't need to abstain since I sit on the board.
Probably would.
You just reviewed it.
I'll abstain, I'll be
Okay.
careful.
Okay, Brent abstained.
I mean, we can't make changes to that.
Nope. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thanks, Ed.
You can't, not in here. I don't think it's that much.
So what I was gonna say was,
You have 5 minutes?
I need 5 minutes, I need.
Yeah, go ahead.
this one, that's the one that was correct. Yeah. And get back here. Well, we just don't pay it anymore? Well,
Just let's go on into, the other one. Probably in that.
that's it.
And then this payroll goes to.
Right there.
Yeah.
5 of them. It was 20. This happens to, that, all moved over here. From here, 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 right?
Correct.
There. So, all we ended up doing was moving it from budget that didn't have any money to a budget that does have money. And not making any cuts. And
The raises, yeah.
the levy, that's the levy.
Brian, did you not finish your donuts up?
You what?
Did you not finish your donuts up?
No, but I just one left. Wait for you.
I'll let that conversation all make. They were gonna have to stop doing it. Yes.
Right,
When I've been with all you know.
right.
Obviously, hey, I can ask about
Hi guys, if it's okay, I heard something that came up during the meeting and I want to explain that quick so everybody's on the same page and you understand what's happening. Do you have time for me to do that?
Hold on just a moment.
Sure, how are you? Mine was normal.
Okay, so Karen asked a question a while ago. Right now, what has been cut out of the general budget is $1,654,128. That does not include every single department, all their raises, okay? That includes the $1,500 out of the commissioner's budget, the $1.5 million that was cut out there. It is the new hire emergency management, the 2 new jailers out of the jail budget. There was $3,100 cut out of county extension. That includes the difference between the 50,000 and the 47,000 something for the EMA director budget. And then that also includes, because we did not go ahead and give the parity and the raise on the security officers, but she did include that we added the 3,300 to get Jean Ann's tier where it needs to be, yes. So right now we have cut outside of raises, 1, $1,654,128
And that's, you're saying,
in the general fund.
leaving the raises that were provided by the department head.
We've still
That's
got
just
that
what
much.
was cut out of the budget, not including any raises.
There's no
Right.
raises.
No raise
Out of the
cuts.
general.
No raises.
Out of the general
Out of the
budget.
general budget.
And no new hires.
Beginning
no new
number of the
education.
general budget.
Yes,
So if we cut all the raises off and went to zero, that number would be about probably 1.5 times that.
probably, yes, yes,
Yeah, okay.
exactly. So it
All right.
kind of gives us an idea where we're,
I didn't touch raises at all.
Yeah.
I just took out what you guys specifically said to take out.
Yeah, and most of them were in at 4%, I think, some were a
Yes.
little more, but most of them were 4%.
yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of what, guys, what I was trying to depict up here, because Heather gave me one payroll number, and I just multiplied that by 26 pays for the year, like the 13 million, added 2.7% if we did give raises, and that would be a difference of 366,398. But we know that the prosecutor's telling us he usually gets back 82,000 into the general fund, and the public defender said it's about 200,000, probably a little bit more, I rounded that down. So that leaves us with just really $84,398 that
Is that got the tier added in it?
that includes the tier, because it's
Yeah.
based on the payroll, yeah.
Yeah. So,
The tier last year we gave was $303,000.
yeah.
303,600.
Yeah, and so it looks like on a payroll the size of ours, a 2.7 raise is just about what we did last year on tiers. We did 303,000.
Comparable?
Well, and that's including the tiers.
No, I'm talking about just
I know what you're
starting
saying.
the tier system last year.
Right,
Yeah.
Looks like we raised our budget about 2 to 2.5%.
Yeah.
And then we gave a 4% raise on top of that.
So how does
Yeah.
that compare to the longevity? Was that pretty close?
Oh, no.
Oh, longevity maxed out at $1,000 if you had,
And nothing up to 10 years, right?
I mean,
yeah.
how much was longevity annually? That's what I'm asking.
The bucket, how big was it?
A drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
Under $100,000.
Under 100.
It was under 100, okay.
We dropped 303 in 1 year.
But, well,
that's
you know, we need to remember
that was
that's
one payroll.
one-time thing. you know.
And we're not hiring people constantly.
I'm saying we
35
dropped.
years, or people get that again, right?
Pardon?
It won't be, everybody won't get it again.
Yeah,
It'll be the same.
Yeah, it'll be
So it won't be that
incremental.
much again.
Yeah.
You want the 303?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it'll be exactly the same this year, every year, it's the same thing.
Not that much extra, is what I'm saying. Not that much extra.
We're not adding another 300 on
No.
top of the 300.
No.
And it's gonna be staggered out more too, because people that had like 6 years in, they won't get another one for another 4 years.
Correct.
But it's part of their permanent pay.
But they still get it.
They'll still get it, but not all at one time like we did this time. It won't all come in one budget. It'll already be. In other words, you got 6 years in. Yeah, it'll already be in the budget. You'll have yours, what we gave, but it won't increase for another 4 years.
And I'm saying that we gave tier raises. Last year, we went and everybody qualified for a tier, and we paid out $300,000.
So that raised our budget by.
If nobody changed a tier this year,
It'll be the same.
we'll another 300,000.
Well,
And next year, until our tiers start changing, I understand we're gonna have tiers change, people are gonna get additional tiers. It's not like we paid it once and now it's done. We've obligated to pay this now for the life of this budget.
Correct.
It added 307,000 to
To the budget, to the payroll.
But that's included in that 13 million.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, what I want the public to realize is that this group right here gave them a raise and a raise
Last year.
last year. We gave double raise last year by implementing the tier system. We laid it on them. Some of them got nice pay raises.
Yeah.
And so this year, we're looking at a budget that we may not be able to be so gracious.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep the tier system intact,
Yeah.
because we know we're started out 60-some thousand in the hole. That was with a raise on it though, right?
Yes.
2.8.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I just want us all to be on the same page.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that you and I are on the same page. So what I'm looking at when I look at this is that we really, because that number has the tiers in it, we really would have only gone up 84,000 or whatever that is, 398, if we give 2.7%.
Instead of being in the whole 67,
Correct.
approximately.
Yeah, at the 60,000 foot level.
Yeah.
I know, not down in the weeds, but
At the, well, income, expense, revenue, expense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, if we're doing the raise discussion, I guess that's what I was trying to say, is I think we could still go back to the 2.7 and be okay, because we did cut, 1.06 out of the budget. Well, 1.5 just from the insurance, I guess, so.
Yeah, 67.
Yeah, and Ben gave us that.
Yeah.
Yes.
He gave us an example of taking the health.
Yeah. So we could actually put negative 1.5 million just for the insurance, and that, under that 84,000, and we'd be like, we'd still have 1.4 million that went back into general fund.
There were several scenarios, all right. Like these.
Yeah.
So, are we gonna make a decision now?
Do we want, since Sherry's here, do we want to let her come before us and talk to us before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of things?
Sure.
Okay. So Sherry, you can come and talk to us again.
I brought copies of the payroll records so that you guys can see, I don't know what's the best way to do this. I'll pass that around. If you look at that, my payroll, as you can see from the documents you have, are split amongst...
Or we're passing?
She's gonna pass it on.
She's just passing around.
I could give everybody one. I made copies for everybody. So the question came up with the last payroll.
What date is that? August 10th through the 23rd.
Yeah, that's the one I want everybody to have to start with. And then if we need to go further into it, we will. Quickly. And I think Randall needs one.
Yes, all right, I'll look at Jerry's when he gets done.
Oh, I don't think that's the same one, is it? Is that the same thing?
Brian, she gives Brian first.
Okay.
It should be payroll August 10th through the 23rd.
Okay.
Where's my...
You had your glasses?
Yeah, just like it's...
Okay.
Still on, or not.
Is this one in question, Heather? Payroll, August 10, August 23?
Yes. Okay. So, you see that this is a standard form that I use for payroll. This is how we split payroll across multiple budgets. If you look at my line item in particular, you'll see that I have it split between two different budgets.
Yes, 1159 and 1161.
Right. So I decided to pay 100% of my salary out of 1161 for this payroll period. So to make that calculate correctly, I doubled the hours because it's only $20 on that line item. I suppose I could have did the addition and put the 70 hours or whatever to make the math come out the same, but I didn't want to have to change my payroll sheet again because I'll be going back to regular and future payrolls.
So you're saying since your rate is almost $42.
Correct.
You just doubled the hours.
Right, because I didn't put any hours in
the other category.
Correct, so that makes it come out the same, because I wanted it all paid out of 1169. So if you look at the highlighted number at the bottom of my total, you see the total hours that were actually worked for that pay period. When payroll is submitted with the voucher and our timesheets for everyone. What I do is I submit electronically, and the voucher goes with all the payroll records from the beginning of the year to current and our service records. Here's an example, and this will have to be passed around because I only brought one copy. That's my timesheet for this particular pay period and my service record for the year.
How many people do you pay out of multiple funds? Just
everybody in the health department can be paid out of multiple funds, depending on what's going on. So we had Jasonville water outage at the end of the year that carried into January. After the Jasonville water outage, we went into, we had flooding and severe storms, and then that was March and April. And then after that, May 16th was the tornado. So I have an emergency preparedness budget. Depending on the type of work that we're doing in the health department, I can decide to pay individuals in that budget or our 1161 Health First Indiana budget. So you will see me often switching depending on the type of work we're doing on where I'm deciding to take salaries so that at the end of the year I'm all balanced out and I'm within the dollars that have been appropriated. We were at the Roy Clark building for almost 2 weeks from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
In the
role of emergency preparedness.
Under the health department.
That would have been 1161 I used for that, and I used 8120.
Okay. But not under
acting as the interim emergency management director.
Yes.
So nothing come out of that budget?
I don't have access to that budget.
One of the things that we were looking at is whether or not this is permissible to have 2 county jobs. And you're saying you're not being paid for 2 county jobs?
No.
Okay. I apologize because it sure looked like you were billing 140 hours, and now I understand why.
Yes.
But this kind of stuff, Sherry, is what really muddies this process. Because when I look at it, this is all I get. I don't get a description that you come here, and I appreciate you come here and tell me that. Instead, it looks like you billed for 180 some hours.
Yeah. So,
and that's just when State Board of Accounts going to look at it. When we look at it, when she looks at it.
What was that one account thing though earlier that was that had stuff coming out of it that showed that it wasn't budgeted?
Yeah, the very last account, which is...
It's 8120.
Yeah, which is emergency preparedness?
Yes.
No, it is.
Yep, 8120 emergency preparedness. So there are things that don't translate between what's allowable in our grants and how they hit the actual accounts. For 8120, our budget was a certain amount of dollars for personnel. It doesn't specify what personnel. We can spend $12,000 on personnel services and $5,000 on meetings or supplies. So that doesn't translate on the actual sheets here in your budgeting. And I, with all due respect, I manage my department and the operations of the department. You guys appropriate the dollars. And if I'm spending within that dollars, I operate based on the needs of the county. You can't foresee, emergencies that happen. So I look at my budgets, I look at where we are in the year, I look at what we have to do, and decide what response that the health department can come up with. What can we do to help the county? And that's the decisions that happen between me, my board, and Dr. Powers. So, you appropriate the dollars, I manage the department.
Okay, I just got a question because one of those, Heather, were you saying that one of those was in a negative balance? That because
8120.
It wasn't supposed to be?
Because there's nothing appropriated on those lines. It's all in the Fed.
Okay.
So there's other people getting paid, so my question was, is that allowed since the money's not appropriated?
The money is appropriated, well, I can't talk about you guys. For our purposes, we have dollars in the FEP account for personnel. FEP stands for Public Health Emergency Preparedness.
Okay.
And that not any one person is identified. So what I did is, especially during the tornado response, we had everybody, all hands on deck, working that. And so hours and additional overtime hours, I paid everybody out of the FEP.
Instead of it being considered the FEP coordinator?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Next year, that won't happen because we're so low in dollars. I have that money specifically allocated to Ray Miller to make up his salary.
Okay.
But this year, and that's why it was FEP coordinator and not in a particular person so that those things can be done.
Okay.
So, just to follow up for that then, I guess, is that, Heather, you're saying you're not tracking that that's been appropriated?
Yeah, and the budget status, it's being paid to individual people from different lines, and all the money is in a different line item. So the other lines are negative.
But
the money is only appropriated to
But it runs out, it'll run out at the end of the budget, at the bottom line of the budget. It'll show we only spent $20,000.
Council need to take to make that negative go away is what I'm asking.
We just go to
So we're good.
Yeah, we're good, because what you've appropriated is what I'm spending, no more, no less, is what I'm trying to say.
And you are saying that you're fulfilling your duties under the Health Department Emergency Preparedness section of your budget by being there and doing all that. And I just read through your goals and objectives and all of that. It all lines up. To a degree.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. There was some impression that you were assuming a different role.
Yeah.
Is that not the case?
That is the case. I am on an interim basis helping the county through a situation.
But you're not the interim emergency management director.
I'm the interim emergency management deputy director.
But you're not you're not charging any hours
to
that budget.
No, I'm not.
You're doing this additional duties.
Yes, that is correct.
Who is doing
We don't have, I don't want to say that.
And your title is, let me see, in the health department,
I'm a health administrator.
you're the health administrator. Who's doing the health administrator job?
I am doing both.
Okay.
So you're doing both, but you're only getting paid for doing the health administrator job.
Right, I'm not getting any additional dollars for doing that other role, other than the extra overtime that I am working in managing both positions. But no money is coming from the EMA department onto my budget. I've not been given any additional dollars to perform this other duty.
Okay. And all the duties of the health administrator are being performed just like you
Just
didn't have
like
an
normal.
extra duty?
Yep.
I don't see how, but, okay. How you can spend that much time in an emergency situation and then have the health administrator job on hold?
Yeah.
Those are two heavy jobs.
They're very heavy jobs,
I don't understand how somebody can do both heavy jobs.
very heavy jobs.
What kind of,
But I have a staff, I've set things in place, and that's why I do what I do and able to get these things done. And there have been no balls dropped and extra balls picked up, and things are moving the way they need to be
well, you
moving.
got a good staff that's covering.
I do have great
It'd
staff.
be no different if it was a sickness or something else, you know. It's gonna have to be stepped up.
Yeah.
That's where,
Yes.
that's what good people.
Absolutely. And what you see that is recorded honestly does not tip the iceberg of the type of work and how long work is being done in the county. You know, I still take calls in the evenings. I take calls like before day in the morning. There are still, after all the meetings are over, there are still documents and paperwork that need to be turned in, reports done. I've still got to get things in grant.gov. And a lot of that doesn't even get charged to the county. It's just done.
Thank you.
So yes.
I do have a couple of questions going back to your budget. So your community health specialist, the school liaison, was that totally within grant? I mean, that was because of the Health First monies
So
that was implemented in?
the school liaison was implemented prior to the implementation of Health First Indiana. If you remember, school liaison came on board in 2022 under a different fund, and I don't remember that fund, but I also got additional dollars from the commissioners to add on to that person's salary when we brought them on board. And they were brought on board as a temporary worker, full-time temporary. So they weren't eligible for PERF, but they were on our row. And at the time, that was Yolanda Burris, who was working in that capacity. There were some changes made. We got Health First Indiana. I came before you, I think was that it was either 2020, end of 2022 or 2023, when we talked about not having a sanitation person and the need for that, and we got that position added.
Correct.
So I switched her into sanitation. Okay, and then we had that other position vacant because it was more important to get on top of what was happening with the restaurants. Now we come to Health First Indiana, and I'm fully funded, so I go ahead and I fill the position for that role, and I change the title to Community Health Specialist because they're doing more than school liaison. They're also doing a lot of the community health work that is documented in our objectives, goals and objectives for 2025.
Okay, so,
And that position, just to let you know, is 100%, still 100% funded with Health First Indiana funds.
okay.
For this year.
For this year and next year. So that's not even on the general fund.
Okay, and then the public health nurse assistant, did that come on, I mean, I see where Sydney has been here since 2022, but did part of that come in because of having some grant money back then too with her?
No, the assistant role was put in place, was that 2023?
Well, it says that she was hired in 2022.
She was hired in '22. So we move employees around based on need as well. Sydney was our public health clerk.
Okay.
And now Sydney is our public health nurse assistant. She's obtaining additional education and is qualified for that role. And so now we have Whitney Carpenter. Remember that Whitney's been here with 3 months, but she's in the public health clerk role, and she is a CMA.
Okay.
We try to have no single points of failure in the health department, so no matter where anyone is deployed, we can still continue to do health department in office work. So everybody is cross-trained. I try to keep as many medical professionals employed and in roles in the health department, so we don't have to stop an appointment for someone coming in for a health service because we're out doing emergency preparedness, or just no single point of failure. That's what we try to do. The only role and that's my goal for next year, is to get some additional training. Our registrar's role is pretty unique. By statute, there are certain things that only she can do because of the sign-off that's happening with like parental affidavits or fetal deaths. No one else can do that but her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What's going to happen? $200,000 taken out of contracted services. What's going to happen to contracted services for 2026?
For 2026, we're looking at additional dollars through other philanthropic agencies. We're working, I feel like I have enough time to get those dollars in place so that we can continue with the contracted services that we are paying others to perform.
When do these contracts let and are signed and implemented?
January to December.
So in January, you're going to obligate to some contracts.
Yes.
Will you know you have the money by then?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll be back before you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what, yesterday, Commissioner Abrams mentioned the levy. Okay, the county levies taxes for the health department. Do you know what that number is?
The maximum levy, if you guys decide to do that, because we
No, I meant the current, what we're getting for current.
the levy went down. I remember in 2024 was 2.14, the max is 2.85, and I would have to do the math to see what the levy is, because I didn't get a report this year. At $290K.
Yes, it's $294,000.
Yeah, so I would assume the levy is somewhere between 2.04 or 2.14, but you'd have to confirm that.
Now, I guess my question is, can you live on $294,000? Your department? I don't think so.
No.
We're going to have to fill the gap, and that's where this whole conversation is coming from, Sherry. You are doing a fantastic job. I appreciate it. I understand it. I see it. The problem is, the state doesn't believe in it.
Well, the gap that I asked you to fill was the $340K, which is $50,000 over what was funded last year.
Yeah.
And
238.
238 is where we are today.
Your levy?
Yes. And the maximum that a county can give to a health department, should they decide to do that, is 2.85. I was saying that the $50,000, I'm asking for $50,000 more than what was appropriated last year. And you got to remember that within those, that $340,000, or we can say the $290,000 of this year, $60,000 of it is well, after we pay the coroner, et cetera, I would say bump that down to $50,000 to $55,000 of those dollars are dollars that the health department is making and putting back into the general fund through our birth, death, septic, and food. Fees, yes. So it was the $50K additional that you guys voted 3-4 and approved yesterday, and I thank you for that.
Okay, any other?
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, back to discussing the
Back
raise
to what?
situation.
Do you want to continue with that, or do we want to break for lunch and then come back and do all that?
Well, I would like us to make some decisions so she can do some
work.
Okay.
work while we're at lunch. I mean, I think that's only fair enough.
We do scenarios or actual numbers?
Well, so I do know as far as, I guess, because so we had one whole department, which was the highway department, that how they did their budget, they did it on the base salary from 2024 times the 4%, and then they took that back, so whatever that base salary plus the 4%, that's what they used this year and took it times 4% and then added their tiers back in. If I did the figures right, they do have enough in their budget that they will not have to ask for an additional appropriation due to the fact that they had put a 4% raise in there. If we were to do a 2.7%, which is what was discussed on Tuesday morning, we could continue, we could do that. And they will not have to ask for an additional appropriation.
That was the main one, wasn't it?
Yes, that was the main department. So, and I've got those figures, but...
Can we do a written straw poll? If I give everybody a sheet of paper, everybody write a number down, and then let's all give them to her, and she can look at them for a minute?
Yeah.
You mean a percentage of raise?
What you think you want to do? Anonymously.
Yeah, I can do that.
Want to do that?
Yeah.
Let's fold them in half when we get done. Keep this as quiet as possible.
Between the two budgets.
We're just doing-
That's including absolutely everything except
Just a percentage, what you'd like to see.
Okay.
Hold it
the 1.5 and the
It's just a straw poll.
Okay.
So the
Not a
only
vote.
difference is 791,000.
He wants to know if you're for a raise and what percentage of a raise. So if you're
yeah,
not
if
giving
you
a
wanna-
raise, you write zero.
You can tell them that right now if you want
Write down
to.
what percentage you want to put.
I want 10%.
You all aren't in the poll.
I would like to throw something out though, if you don't care. You were talking about the double raise last year,
Yes.
and that's true. For some people, you did a double raise. For some people, they may have lost money other than the 4%. Everybody got 4% raise, but everybody this year
Did you write something?
lost all of their,
For next year, they'll lose their longevity.
right, losing all their longevity. Some of them might have been making less on the longevity than they're gonna make on the tier, but some of them might have been making more. So, you know, you gotta take out the longevity and add into the tier. But what you did do, you helped us keep employees by going with this tier system. You've helped keep deputies, you've helped keep EMTs and paramedics that we were having trouble keeping. And that's a big plus. Also in the highway department, we were losing highway department people going where they can make more money. But the tier gives them a reason to stay here and a reason to grow.
Just whatever you want to put on there.
Whatever you want.
I think,
Are you giving to Heather?
Fold it up and give it to Heather after you write it on there.
I fold it up and I'll send it to her.
well, yeah, but his duty is supposed to be,
Whatever you think the raise should be, Jerry.
Percent.
What percent? Hold it up, hold it.
Do we want to run a quick discussion on the other positions so she can have figures on that too?
Are we ready for that, or are we going to wait till after
It
Monday?
may make a difference to me.
Are we going to, I think we need to make a motion as to whether or not we claw back the, in properly paid tiers.
The early paid tiers.
What?
Claw back the early paid tiers.
Okay, so
The tier,
there are,
that wasn't qualified for you.
Oh, the clawback.
so there are a couple of issues. One would be that with the tiers, you know, there are all the taxes and stuff that were taken into account with those too. So, there's that part of it, and then part of it too, let's see, I had a note here too. So, the retirement, the state taxes, the FICA, all of that would have to be figured. And then, the other thing is that on part of the tiers that were paid early, because it was the first time, for instance, like we had a couple of 20-year employees, so that this year, you know, for 2025, by the time they go into 2026 would have been their 21st year. It's when they should have gotten the whole thing. So, you know, for instance, like if it was $4,200, the only amount I feel like we could claw back on would be the $1,200 difference. And then...
What they got paid improperly.
Yes, what they got paid improperly. So we had, let me see, I can...
7 or 8?
Yeah, so...
How many of them are what tier?
So we've got 2 that were at the 20-year tier. We've got 2 that, well, let's see. I gotta look here and see which one he was paid at. Let me look here. Easier just to look at this. No, I don't have the years written on that.
You about had a $500 snack. That was cheaper.
So we had one that was paid, you know, at 10 years, so, you know, we had a couple that were the 20-year, one that was 10-year. I didn't think to write that down. We had one paid at 5-year. We had another one paid at 10-year. That was at the top tier. So, yeah. We had 2 that were paid as far as like a tier 1 employee, that were paid at a 10-year.
That's what you should have written down, what percentage raise you.
So,
I've been working here for a long time.
yeah.
And, you know, let's see.
Those dogs are pretty smart.
I was on this.
Yeah.
Actually, that one there is not correct. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we had 6 that were paid early.
They got either their initial or advance.
So Kelly,
Yes.
on the, are they going to be able to do that clawback then based on the taxes and all that?
I don't know. I don't know if we can do that, or is it that what we do is we take that amount that they got paid early, if we just take that amount, take it off this year, you know? Yes. I don't know.
She go back and try to.
I mean, if you do that, if you're taking it back, you're shorting their pay this year anyway.
Correct.
Are you just gonna do just the raw number then? If it's a $900 number, you're just gonna say, hey, we're gonna short you $900 this year?
Correct. Well, so see, yeah, just do the basic, you know, not anything to do like with the taxes and stuff, but, so we would have one in the clerk's office that would be $1,200.
1,200?
Yes, because
Okay,
they
that's
were
50
paid.
bucks.
Okay.
50 bucks.
One in the auditor's office that would be $1,200. One in the sheriff's office that would be $900.
About 30 bucks a pay.
One in the Superior Court, $900. One in the jail that would be $1,500. And then one out of Recorder Perpetuation, which would be $1,500. So.
Yeah.
And all of these were because they were within the year and they just...
Yes, they went ahead and instead of, you know, I'm not sure why just those few, but somehow they got paid the extra. So like for 2025, it would have been right at the 10-year mark, so, or right at the 20-year mark, or right at the 5-year mark, you know. So the ones that are affected, it was basically, it was either a 5-year, a 10-year, or, yeah, or a 20-year.
And these ones that got paid early, when is their anniversary date?
Hold on.
Sounds like it would have been this year.
Yeah, right,
But he means month-wise, right?
Because we decided, what, January 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still got.
Okay, so the one in the clerk's office, they were hired July 2005. The one in the auditor's office was hired February 21st of 2005. In the sheriff's office, October 2015. Let's see here. Superior Court was hired March 9th of 2020. The one in the jail was January 30th of 2015. And let's see. And then it was the recorder, March 28th of 2016. So those were the higher dates.
The numbers were 900, 1,200, and 1,500.
Yeah, so we had
amounts.
We had two at 1,200.
Yeah, just the raw.
Yeah.
Heather, are we 26 pay?
Yes.
So 926, that's $34 and change. 1,200 is $46 and change. 1,500 is $57 and change. I think we also give an option. Maybe they can't, maybe they won't. but for them to come back and rebate the entire amount to us and we don't touch their pay.
An option.
You come back and write us a check to the county for $900, $1,200, $1,500,
Everything stays the same.
and nothing changes. I think people that have planned for something like this, they can do it. People that don't, won't be able to. They'll have to
Gives them
stretch
an
it out.
option.
Do we need to call the department heads and make sure that they're aware?
Well, they're probably listening to us right this minute.
Well, they're not here though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we
We need to
probably
definitely
need
sit
to,
down with the ones that are affected.
yes,
We also need to check with legal,
Yeah.
yes, see what we can do.
what we can
Yeah.
offer and what we can do.
Yeah.
This is clearly an overpayment. I'm fairly certain that we are authorized to recover overpayments. The government does it all the time.
Well, I guess can we, is there a way that we could just make a motion that we are going to claw back that money and that we'll consult with legal and the department heads on how that will be applied?
And the options available.
Yeah. And let them work it out? I mean,
Okay.
do we need to get, do we, I guess, as a fiduciary, really need to get down to the nitty-gritty on how that's going to be?
No.
Because that's not something that will have to be decided in this budget here.
No.
So we check with the legals, like you said, and get everything. Because right now they're overpaid. Well, it's not. They haven't received their full year yet, correct?
Correct.
So will some of them not be quite as much?
Could correct it for the rest of the remainder of the year.
Yeah. They just leave their pay alone if they want to.
Right, Heather? We're to a point to where you could stop some of these, correct it and stop some of them from getting the overpayment
For the remainder of the year.
for the remainder of the year. It's only 6 or 7 of them. And then only recover what
I
the
don't know if you
overpayment was.
can actually do that though. I don't,
That may fall under
because it's
salary.
already in the salary ordinance, I don't think you can lessen their pay because in the salary ordinance.
You know, I'm really where
I hate hearing the word salary ordinance. Is that what you were getting ready to say?
it's going to be salary ordinance.
But I know what she's saying, we better check the legal before we stop
Yeah.
everything.
When it's the wheel tax, I'm the stipend, that's the salary ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably can. Okay.
So are we just going to,
Make a motion. I make a motion,
Okay,
in light of the fact that some tiered pay was paid erroneously.
okay,
I move that we take the measures to recover the overpayment.
okay, so Randall has made a motion in light of the fact that some tier pay was paid erroneously, moved to take measures to recover that overpayment. Do I have a second?
Add in their opinion approval of legal.
Well, it's at the proper procedure.
In accordance with
In accordance,
proper legal procedures.
I just got here, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I was told that this pertains to my office.
We have one in the Superior Court, yes, Your Honor.
We did not put in for that.
We don't know how it happened, we're trying to get to the bottom of it. But somebody that was not due a tier was paid the tier.
And so now they're gonna have to pay it back?
Yeah.
he got paid early.
Being that it's the first year, we had 6, 7, it happened across the county.
And it was brought to our attention by another court because one of their employees was hired within 1 week of your employee. And they didn't receive the tier and yours did.
And they're not due this till, I think, this year.
Yeah.
It's so close. That's the issue.
I can tell you, when they told us what we were supposed to pay our people, I said, okay. But now for them to lose something, yeah, that's,
Well, but it is, Your Honor, something they weren't due legally in accordance with the ordinance, but
Yeah.
they paid it to them. That's what we're gonna get Marvin in the headlock and
yeah.
have him help us work this out.
Was there a second for that?
Okay, hold on.
Not yet.
Randall made a motion in light of the fact that some tier pay was paid erroneously, moved to take measures to recover overpayment in accordance with proper legal action. Now I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ron seconded. Do I need to do a roll call vote?
Absolutely.
Okay, roll call. Brian,
Yeah.
Jerry,
Oh, no.
no? Okay. Randall?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Brent, I'm sorry, Ron, yes. I looked at where I had your name here for the second, sorry, Brent?
Yes.
Okay, Karen?
Yes.
And Kelly, yes. Okay, so we've got that motion. Okay, yes. So now,
What's the results, Heather, from our straw poll?
I haven't even started, I'm still entering everything.
Well, I think they just wanted to see what,
percentage raise.
what's the
Average.
Let's look at it.
thing. They just wanted to see what the results of that were.
I'll make an average of what's written. Is that what we're doing?
She just reading them.
Just read them all.
In a mode, in a moment.
You can just read out the percent raise that somebody wrote down.
This is 4. I think this is 4. 4? I think. 2.5.
And they voted the wrong way as a city.
0. 2.7. Include tiers. 2.7. 0. 3.5.
And what?
3.5.
Okay, so tell us, okay, so 0 had 2, 2.5 was 1,
Yes.
2.7 was what?
I don't know, this could be 4 or this could be 0. I am not exactly sure. It's written out.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We can put a vote in each one.
Okay, 2.7 was how many?
2.
Okay. And what other did we have?
3.5, 1.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like it's between the 2.7 and the 0.
Or, I mean,
Or
I
somewhere in
think we can
between
discuss
there.
it later.
Yeah, we'll just,
But we've got enough people that are indicating on this group that there should be a raise.
okay.
If we had 7 zeros, we don't got nothing to discuss.
Right.
But we've got people here that have said that, yeah, we should be looking at a raise. So let's after lunch discuss
Majority?
an amount. Maybe she'll have a number for us, pick it, vote it, and put it out there so we can all get back safely to our vehicles.
Okay. We'll be asking for
I feel like
security
I'm a referee, the
detail.
NFLPA driving me on last determination. Good? No good.
We'll have to talk about.
We'll have to, so let's go ahead and break for lunch, and then we'll talk about the new employee positions and the raise once we come back. So, are you up here to,
I want to know if I could go to lunch. I didn't know if you guys were still meeting through this or whether you want to do it now or...
we could talk with him about the tier thing real quick. One of his employees got a tier that was not the amount that she was supposed to get,
I
correct?
didn't mean to interrupt, like I said.
No, that's okay, go ahead. No, go ahead and
Okay.
bring that before us, Jared.
Yeah, and I meant to cover it this morning, that I got sidetracked. Last year when you did the tier thing, Amanda got, correct me if I'm wrong, she got $900 as like a,
Second.
my word, like a second level deputy type position, but she is our office administrator. She's had that position for a number of years, and we've had that position in our office for a number of years. That was one of the things that Marvin didn't have when we talked earlier this morning about making sure they had, you guys had all of our job descriptions, so that was one that I provided to him. So under the tier system, as I understood it, as a office administrator, like management type position, it would have been $1,500 that she should have gotten last year, but she got $900. So my ask was just this year, if you could add the $600 onto hers to bring her to the $1,500 that she should have had last year. Not to go back and give it to her for last year, but just this year to make it right so that it's $1,500 now.
If we're clawing back, then we ought to claw back to make hers right from the time she earned it.
Well, but
You mean,
we did not do that with Jean Ann.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for that either. I just want, just going forward, just make sure it gets to the right amount.
I'm just wondering if we're going back.
Well, that is a question we can ask later, but right now, so,
Just like to muddy stuff up.
I would entertain a motion on the $600 additional to make her tier correct.
I'll make it.
Okay, so Ron made the motion for the $600 additional to make tier correct. I need a second.
Okay, so hang on a second, I need to make sure I know what we're doing. $600 correction to the tier for
The
prosecutors.
office administrator.
Yeah, it would be Amanda Llewellyn's position.
She was shorted $600 last year on hers,
Tier.
on her tier.
Okay.
Okay, so Ron made a motion to correct that for 2026 budget to have the $600 added in there. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Randall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm kind of with Ron, but maybe Amanda should request it. Just in writing. I feel like this needs to be reviewed. I was due this and I wasn't paid this.
Well,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to request it, and then it goes through the payroll, and the payroll comes back and says, yep, that's exactly what should happen, so.
like I said earlier this morning, this was all, again, it's all appreciated, but we all understood it was sort of confusing when it happened last year. So nobody's upset or anything. We were just trying to make sure moving forward that she got to the right level.
Make it
So-
right, since we're gonna make it right from the people that got paid early.
And there should be a redress way if you feel like, hey, my tier's not right. Go back to payroll.
First year doing it with this many employees, we knew we were running into some hiccups.
Absolutely. Yep.
I think she owed what she didn't get.
Okay.
So do you want me to just to have her
Date till now.
write a letter then for, asking for last year's $600 then?
Yeah.
For to consider at some point for the?
Yeah.
Okay.
She earned it.
Yeah.
We can do that. The other question, real quick, I have, just so all this tier stuff, I understand it, and Heather can help me on this. I think you extended it maybe, and because of that, Vicki was entitled to another $1,600, like 4 series of 400 payments, is that right? Is that something that I need to ask for now too, or was that already done as a part of the tier system?
It should have already been done as part of the tier system.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So you might ask Vicki, is that for 26?
Right.
Okay.
Although really, she won't enjoy all of that, right? Because she's only going to work the first month and then retire. But it's,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure we had an email, I think Heather had sent us an email when we were getting ready for the budget about that $1,600 for Vicki. too.
Yes.
So,
It's what she has got.
Yep.
yeah, 42 years.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll break for lunch. You want to be back here at 1 or 1:15? Tell me can you eat in 45 minutes? Well, it's less than 45 minutes.
Let's give her some more.
Give her an hour?
Because
Okay.
I've been in that position and it's.
Well, why don't we say what?
Heather, do you want 1:30?
Yeah, I like 1:30.
What's that?
Doesn't matter, whatever you guys want.
Okay.
1:30?
Okay.
Is that what for you?
Yeah, that's
So it gives you a little bit more time. I It's stressful when you're trying to do that.
Yes, that is true.
1:30.
Okay.
Shut your microphone so it can be on if nobody's can't hear.
Very running most absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
It's got to have. Oh, mercy. Did any of you go home and watch yourself on this?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I get a kick out of that.
I don't like listening to my accent. I didn't think I had one until I started.
What I like is to look at y'all's face when I say some of the crazy stuff I say. So, you do something.
You said that.
You do this like this, or you're like this, or
we'll just be getting ready for a motion and I got a question.
I always have a question.
I know.
I'm not gonna say just a second anymore, I'm gonna say just a minute.
Okay, that works. Okay, so Heather figured out what the total salary would be for 2.5%. It would be $12,970,064. And so that is $262,014 more than the 2025 salary budget.
262 what?
262,014.
Okay.
And just the 4%, I'll go back to that, the 4% salary requested that everybody had put in was $13,639,000. I did not figure out how much more that would be.
13,639,000.
Yes.
There was 4%?
That was at, the first one was at the 2.5 that we at.
And that's all figured off the percentage
Everything.
on top of the tiers.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's
Hold on
pretty
just a
close to
second.
what I got up there. That included overtime. That said, this number up here.
13,570, 13,639.
What am I doing different?
So are we trying to get close?
Okay, so, so 2.5, is $262,014 more than what the 2025 salary budget was.
So what's that total?
$12,970,064. Then the 2.7% raise is $356,353, if I did my calculations right, more than the 2025 budgeted, so that would be $13,064,403.
I'm sorry, say that again.
$13,064,403.
64 or 54?
64.
Okay. Talking Dutchy. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm hearing Dutchy.
And then the 3.5% is $388,259 more than the 2025 budget. And the total for that is $13,096,309. So that's just raises.
What's that percent?
That was 3.5%.
And that's raises on base, tier, everything.
Yes.
And we say we got about $300,000 worth of tiers in there. Is that right?
So we have that.
And so the tiers that will go, that will be added on top of these numbers for 2026 would be 30,000.
Additional new tiers,
Yes.
okay? And it looks like, $303,000 previous tiers, right? Plus, how much more? You said?
30,000.
Plus another 30,000. That's 333,000 at 2.5%. That's an additional $8,300.
Okay.
2.7.
I know that's not what we ever intended, but I don't feel like that's a deal breaker. We can go
So, we just need to figure out, which raise amount we want to go with. She did figures on 2.5%, 2.7%, and 3.5%. So,
Four's out.
yeah, I don't think we can do the 4%.
I'm not sure.
In my opinion, I don't feel like we can do the 3.5 or the 4%, but...
The 3 or the 4.
I think it's either 2.5 or 2.7, and COLA's 2.7.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to stick with the 2.7, which is the COLA,
At least.
Okay.
You really don't want to go higher.
No higher, no lower?
Well, if you want to go 2.5, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but 2.7's COLA.
I mean, what's actually the difference between 2.5 and 2.7? I
not a
guess
lot.
they do that math, I mean, is it?
Yeah, 262 and 356, right?
Yeah.
62,000 and 356,000, almost
Yeah.
$100,000, $90,000.
Yeah.
No, I think it was,
0.2% on 12 million.
Need to make a motion, or?
Somebody needs to make a motion, so if there's no more discussion, no more questions.
We go with the 2.7 COLA on the raises.
I'll second that.
Okay. Brent
Any
made,
discussion?
okay, so
Jerry?
Brent has made a motion for raises at 2.7%. Ron has seconded. Is there any other discussion or?
In accordance with the salary ordinance, this will be across the board on top of tiers this year.
Correct.
For clarification, you don't gotta write that down.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions or anything.
Okay, so do we want a roll call vote or just
I
a
think so.
straight across? Okay,
Roll call.
roll call, Brian?
No.
Okay. Jerry?
Yes.
Randall?
I know this is gonna surprise a lot of people, yes.
Okay. Ron?
Yes. I knew that'd work.
Jerry
Yes.
voted yes. Brent?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
And I am going to say no. But, okay, so it is approved, 2.7% raise. Okay, next up, we need to talk about the additional priorities. So the first one up will be the sheriff's. He asked for parity for his security with the records clerks in the jail. So if we...
Do you remember the effect on the budget?
That ends up, that's, as far as those two to make the parity, which included a 2.7% raise at what, I had it written down somewhere, so $9,976.28 for that budget is what that would be on the parity. So that was one of his requests. His second request was a new transport officer out of the Greene County Corrections budget, not to be mistaken with Community Corrections. A transport officer at $51,649. And $649. Okay. And then out of the jail budget, he asked for 2 jailers at $49,308 each for a total of
Go ahead.
$49,308 with a total of $98,616 for those 2. And then also 2 jailers out of public safety lit, the same amount, a total of $98,616. So for everything total in all of his budgets, it would be $258,857.28.
258.
857.28. So he did say out of all of those, of course he would take whatever we'll give him. But he said the most important thing was first off the security officers being in parity. He said if we felt like we could do anything else, the transport officer would be the second ask, and then the jailers.
And the transport officer and jailers are in response to a manning study?
Yes, to a staffing analysis.
Study analysis.
Yes.
Personal opinion that $98,616 for two of them is a whole lot cheaper than a lawsuit for failure to staff. Even doing all four of them.
So that's for all four of them?
No,
that'd just be two.
that would be two of them.
Well, two of them comes out PS Lit.
Right.
So for all four, it would be $197,232.
My view, minimum, we bring the security up to where they need to be, and I'd like to see a transport officer. That's where I'm at. Now, that's my view on it. But like Brian said, I don't know about the lawsuit or how the jail runs or anything like that, so you would be more apt to explain what that would be.
If something were to happen and it's because of
Not in compliance with the number of officers.
our total budget will be minuscule compared to what the lawsuit would be.
So he's asking for, in the jail budget, he was asking for two jailers or deputies?
No, two jailers.
Two jailers. And in the PS Lit, he was asking for?
Two jailers.
Two jailers.
Yeah.
That's four people, right?
Yeah.
So four new jailers between those two budgets.
Okay.
And then a transport officer through the Greene County Corrections, and then the parity through the security budget.
So, if we can afford all four, I'd be all for it. No, there's five.
There's five positions altogether.
I don't know. I mean, if we could do the jailers and no transport officer and the record, I don't know. That's not gonna really matter either.
Well, what's the difference if we do the jailers that are in the PS Lit? I mean, I think we should do the parity in the transport officer.
I do too.
Correct.
But taking in the two jailers that are in the PS Lit, leave them.
You say leave them?
Yeah. Pick them up, approve them, and don't do the two in the jail budget.
So the extra 98,616. Yeah, the more we can give them, the great, and the reason I'm picking the other two is was his pick, is what he felt needed.
He said he wants parity in transport first.
640.
He wants them, the security to be at least making what his records clerks make there in the jail.
Yeah.
And, the records clerks are sitting there,
Doing records.
yes, not doing security, not interacting like that
Not
as
making arrests
much.
at the front door.
Correct.
Except in the middle of domestics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weapons.
Okay.
And that's meeting him halfway on more than halfway on his staffing shortage.
You want to make a motion on it then?
Okay, so,
I make a motion.
okay, so Randall is making a motion.
$160,241
Yeah, something close to that.
Okay,
for one,
Making
two,
motion.
three positions and a records clerk parity.
okay. So for parity, for
Bring the two
securities.
courthouse security officers up to parity with the
Security.
admin position, records position.
And leaving the jailers in
One transport officer in the Do we need to do these do we need to do separate motions, you think, since they're in
Because they're in
different
separate
budgets?
budgets.
Yeah.
Where's the transport officer? He's not in the sheriff's budget?
It's in the county corrections budget.
Okay, and that's courthouse security.
Yes, so the first one we've got is, so you've made a motion for parity for the 2 courthouse securities with the records clerk.
In the courthouse security budget.
Randall made it.
Randall, yes.
I'll second.
Okay, second by...
We're just doing the parity right now?
Yes. Okay, so Randall made the motion, Brian has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we need to go to county corrections budget, and that's where the transport officer is.
Well, I would make a motion that we add a transport officer.
Okay, so Ron made motion to add 1 transport officer.
I'd second that.
Okay, second by Brent.
Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, is there any more discussion on that?
So I'm gonna look here just to make sure we're in the right place.
Just a minute.
47.
Okay,
Just a minute or a second?
Just a minute.
just a couple of minutes.
Somebody said.
Count me down.
Hang on.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay, so we've got, Ron made the motion to add the transport officer through county corrections. Brent seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
No.
Okay.
They need to do both.
Pardon?
I'd vote no.
Okay.
Reason I think they should do both.
Do what?
I think you should do both, officer and transport. So I vote no.
We're not done.
He only
You are
has
from the
one.
county corrections, you are.
Oh, what officer were you looking at?
Two jail officers.
Not in county.
In county corrections, yes. You had 2 jailers and a transport officer out of county corrections.
Oh, well, we need to add them too then on
Out on the budget.
I don't think
That's
that,
what you asked for. And then 2 out of the lit.
I thought, no.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna keep the 2 out of it, all right?
Wait just a minute, no.
Out of the jail.
Page 47.
Right.
380.
But
This is 1120.
out of 1120,
You said that the transport and the 2 jailers come out of the same fund.
no, they do not.
we're gonna
No.
Transport is out.
The jailers are out of the jail budget,
Yeah,
the
okay.
transport officer is out of the
I
county
believe this.
corrections. Okay. So it's
Okay.
approved 7-0.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, you changed your...
Yeah. He didn't understand what
We're
I
getting ready to
said.
vote on it.
Okay, so next up,
Jail.
jail budget.
That's the lit, right?
No,
No.
jail budget.
Yeah, but that's out.
So he had 2 jailers out of that.
2.
And this is general.
General fund would be the jail.
142. And the jailers, line number 2, that number is about 90,000 higher than his base salary because he has added 249,308.
Yeah, so he added 2 jailers in that, so for a total of $98,616. So,
I make a motion, we approve them.
Second.
Which one are we voting, the lit or the general?
General.
Okay.
Fund, yeah, general fund.
for the jail. Okay, so Brian made a motion. For 2 new jailers in the jail fund,
That's general, right?
which is general fund, not the public safety lit. Okay, so Brian made the motion, second for Randall. Do I need to do a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call. Brian?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Randall?
Yes.
Ron?
I'm gonna say no, I like the lit.
Okay.
Two out of lid, just two out of one or the other, not good or did out of lid.
Okay. Brent?
No.
Karen?
No.
Okay.
As to whether we're gonna give 2 or 4 jailers.
Well, if I say no, we're at, and that's my understanding, I don't think I want to take it out of jail budget. So now we're at
Go to lit.
we're at tie break, we're at a tie there, so.
No.
I'm the tiebreaker. Yes, okay, sorry, I looked at it wrong.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I did.
So what are
Okay,
you gonna do?
so no jailers there.
No jailer out of the general fund.
Okay, so now the public safety lit.
I make a motion that we approve 2 new jailers in Fund 1170, lit public safety.
I'll second.
Okay, Randall made motion.
And that's 98,616, 98,616.
Yeah, for 2 jailers out of public safety. Okay, I'm sorry, so Randall did the motion, Ron, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to do a roll call vote?
Sure.
Okay, roll call, Brian.
Yes.
Okay, Jerry. Randall.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yeah.
Karen.
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that takes care of those. Next up would be the EMA. We need to talk about the budget. So the commissioners had put in there for $50,000 for the new director. And so that is like $2,558 over the base pay of what Roger is making currently. So,
That's not what Roger's making currently.
well, no, he makes a little bit more than that.
So
I'm just saying that that's $2,558, I'm sorry. He makes a little more because he had the $7,500 tier added in,
That would
yes.
be, it would be an increase in the base pay.
Yes.
But that's what you advertised the job at? It's 2558.
No.
We advertised the job at the current rate,
Which is
what the base rate would be.
25.58.
This would be a little bit more than what the current rate is.
The current base rate without Roger's $7,500 tier is like $47,000, not quite 500, so.
It still accomplishes the same thing we wanted to happen when we go and replace a tenured employee with a new employee. They don't get the full salary of the tenured employee,
Yeah.
but yet, since that employee's been here so long, to hire someone in the place of them, I don't see how we could do it for the 47 or 8 that we advertised, and I would support the 50.
Yeah, I get anybody that's experienced. I ought to make a motion, we move it to the 50,000
Okay.
rate.
Okay, so Brent made a
The
motion.
old base pay. Second.
Okay. To raise.
Simple, I'll explain that.
Okay, so Brent made motion to raise from base
Just up 2558.
to 50,000. And Ron seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Next up, under the EMA budget, there was a new position for administrative assistant listed at $40,370.
What was that amount?
$40,370 is what they had in there.
And we didn't
You're
have any-
on an hourly wage there?
Yes, that is the base rate for the lowest paid courthouse employee.
The janitor?
They say, no, janitors make more than that.
Yeah.
But, that way then, if somebody had an opening in the courthouse and they advertised at that starting rate, this EMA person would be
tempted to apply because it pays more money.
Yeah, in 1940 or somewhere around $20 an hour.
Yeah. And I'm not sure, Heather, remind me, that 40,000, whatever the number is, that was figured at a 4% increase, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so it would actually be, if you're going to give 2.7 raises, so you take,
To be less than what's on here.
it'd be a little less than, yeah.
Wow.
That's figured at a
48 would be-
4% increase.
That would put us down to 48.
Yeah.
No, not the
Whatever figures.
Huh?
No.
You're
Oh, I'm starting at 50, I'm sorry.
No, we're talking about a different position now.
Yeah, I know.
What is it?
39,866.
39.
Say it again.
866.
That would be with the 2.7% in it, so,
38, 70.
Is that full-time
Yes.
position? And that's the lowest paid full-time position in the courthouse?
Yes. That's how we came up with that number, is just so that, you know, if something opened up in the courthouse, they wouldn't say, I can make $5,000 a year more over there, and then we'd have to go back through the whole.
That's about $19.16 an hour.
What was the final, 39,802?
866.
On 2,080 full-time.
No, it's not 2,080, because it's, well, I guess, because it's probably 35 hours like that.
And that was 2.7%.
Yes, it'd be a 35-hour week.
So you're talking 87.5% times 2,080. 1820.
Oh my.
2190. Does that sound better?
2190? What you said?
That's the hourly rate on 35 hours.
Of 2190? Question mark.
Yes. Shaking head.
Well, I can't see that far away.
So that's a perf, is it a perf job?
It'll be a
Yeah,
perk position.
it would
yes.
be full benefits.
And this number, you're saying we're going down from the 40,370?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
to the 39,866.
Plus 2.7?
No, that
No,
includes the
That's
2.7.
included in the 2.7.
So just leave it 39.
So what is the base?
2190.
What is the base for the,
Well, that is the base.
So next year, that'll be
With the
the,
2.7 raise.
right, but what is it now?
Right now, 38,818.
Thank you.
So 38,818. That's even deeper.
That's the base rate this year.
Yeah. $20.75. You're all in around there, $20 somewhere.
My view on this matter is, I'd really rather see this position part-time for the first year and reevaluate it at the end of next year, or maybe into the middle of next year.
and
I know it's hard to find people part-time.
it's,
I
yeah, and
understand
that's the only thing about it is it's just so hard to find somebody that can do
I didn't know we had an
that.
assistant years back, and it didn't pan out well.
Well, and that's,
And I understand,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
it's,
29.
that's what makes me leery, is jumping into just opening this position up.
where,
29 hours, so
Are
yeah.
we gonna get rid of our extra hire?
yes, the extra hire goes away.
So there's $9,000.
Yeah, and I don't care to pay them more on the hour as a temporary, or, you know, and then we can readdress this as a
And,
deal. I'm not comfortable going a full-time position.
So I'm not following your logic here with this, because,
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Well, we've got the MA director, and if we hire a full-time person in this position,
Right?
then what will both of them be doing when they are there? Because you stated that obviously he can't be in his office all the time, or she, whoever, I understand that.
Well, I think
What is gonna be,
not the director, but whoever we hire for assistant, you know, they're going to be meeting the public, they're going to be answering the phone. I really don't expect the director to be present in his office 50% of the time, because they really need to be out in the public identifying safety concerns that we have, you know, and working with individual towns and cities for what they need to be doing for preparedness and working programs like that. And then their assistant needs to be working on grant writings and all that. There's a lot of grants out there that aren't necessarily monetary grants, but they're equipment grants. And to my understanding, there's a ton of them out there. And we're so far behind on that stuff, and that's what we really need to be working on, and then to make sure somebody is there every day from 8 to 4:30 to answer the phone, meet the public whenever they come in. I don't ever want to see anybody go to the EMA office and they can't talk to anybody. I mean, there may be the rare occasion if somebody's on vacation or whatever, but as a whole, we haven't had that in the past.
I mean, that's just one feeling, so.
I don't think anybody knew where the EMA office was.
A lot of people did not know where the EMA office was.
I know where the lair is.
Right. Hey.
It's kind of like the back. You can't get inside.
You can if you know a secret passage.
Too bad.
You gotta know the secret handshake.
Well,
but
you're not from Bloomfield.
It does need to be more welcoming, but
My
I
opinion
agree with
is
part-time.
part-time, that would be what I would,
So you thinking 50% of the time? Is that what we're thinking? When we say part-time?
What are 29 hours?
How much are we taking away for part-time and extra hire now?
9,000.
That's all we're losing is 9,000?
Yeah.
Well, plus perf and all the other benefits, which is.
Well, there's none of that for part-time help.
yeah, for part-time, there's not that.
So we're looking at
That makes
additional
it
30.
full-time a little less expensive, but
Well, this is something like I said, if it works great, then I'm all in the middle of next year if it's working. Reevaluate? We can reevaluate it, or, you know, I've just been burnt once on this, so, and I realize it's gonna be a different leadership and times have changed, but I hate to throw a new position in there and then go through the legal hassles of taking it away if we don't want it. Or it's easier just to make it full-time at a later date, but that's just my view. So, you know, you guys go with however you want to go with.
So, to Ed's point there for just a minute, if you funded this at a part-time rate, same rate, $20.75, same pay, and said they could work part-time, which is 29 hours or no more than 29 and a half, you're coming in at $31,291. Well, Ed, you're right. If you scratch the extra hire, $9,000 and give that back to us.
You made up the difference.
You make up, and now you're at 40,000, and it's all in one person. We do have to cover the cost of some benefits.
Tiers, $22,000 a year in benefit package.
I don't know what you got.
22,000?
Pretty close.
So on a $40,000 salary?
It's,
Oh, you're gonna cut per insurance?
it'd probably be more than that.
It may be, I'm just.
Did you say 22,000 or 2,200?
No, 1,000.
Couldn't be 22,000, it's only 20%. I mean, by the time you figure per Social Security and Medicare, that's like 20%.
Yeah, but you also have health insurance benefits on that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't.
Yeah, but more than likely they will.
And then they'll qualify for the tier. Well, let's put it this way, the position would be offered without the
Well, that's
benefits.
true, yeah.
Right.
You know, so whoever didn't work out, then.
I make a motion, we fund it full-time. Administrative assistant is full-time.
Okay, so Brian has made a motion for full-time admin assistant. Karen has seconded. Okay, we'll do roll call. Brian?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Randall?
Yes.
Ron?
No.
Brent?
I'm going to vote no, and again, the reason being, this is
I
a new,
understand.
you know, we're going to have a new director, this is a blind office. And so my vote will be no.
Karen?
Yes.
And mine's gonna be no, just because I feel like what Brent said, we could offer part-time and then if we needed to reevaluate, but...
But again, like you
But it
that's great. I can see it both ways. I can see it now, get a quality person part-time, and then you're gonna
Removing.
probably lose them quicker.
The extra hire.
Huh?
That's also removing the extra hire line,
Okay.
the 00199 line.
I make a motion that we remove the extra hire.
Okay, Randall.
Maybe so, it doesn't matter.
Okay, Randall made a motion to do away with extra hire.
And me or what all it, we.
I'll say, I heard Ron first, just by a millisecond. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you all.
Okay. Okay, we'll need to have Marvin in here for the next part with the tiers that were paid early.
You got another job. Look at one.
Huh?
The community paramedic.
Oh, yes. Let's talk about the community paramedic. I'm glad you mentioned that. That was on my back side of this paper. Okay, so the community paramedic, under the ambulance budget, yes. So it was listed at $44,008 last year for 2025. That was through grant money that will end at the end of the year. So if you did that, and I went ahead in case we thought we would do the 2.7%, that would make that a total of $45,196.22. Plus, of course, I don't know, I guess, if we carried on and it's a full-time position that we're funding, is that something we have to add benefits to since it was a grant position before?
Yes.
Okay.
And the ambulance is what I give you on what they brought in, started this year. And I know that's what everybody says, and I'm gonna defend it, and I'll probably abstain from voting because I'm on the board.
So the community paramedic was a granted?
It started out
as a grant.
Vehicle out of it.
We're talking about the community paramedic right at the
And then
moment.
now they're wanting to bring it on as a full-time position.
Because the grant went away.
Because the grant will end at the end of, if I understood correctly, the end of this year. So December 31st, 2025, it will be gone.
You can probably speak on the amount of money the ambulance saves, because you got a better grip on that.
I don't know how much the ambulance saves. It might even cost us a little bit.
She saves us on transports.
We're saving the hospital money, and the hospital is the one that really needs this. Is patients that's been taken home or sent home that they can't keep, that they go home, they go check them out the next day or the day after, they'll change their bandages. Actually, more or less doing a doctor's visit at home, and to keep them from being put back into the hospital for infections or anything like that. So it's keeping our quality up, and it's keeping our bills down totally for the hospital and of course for the ambulance service. But we might lose an ambulance run once in a while, but we might have to go get one the second time when we get paid for it. I'd rather they stayed home and not be infected than.
And I will tell you that the local fire departments use her as well. We have somebody that we run on a lot, whether it's lifting assist or they fall or something, we can send her the information and she can pick it up and do home visits and get with them on options, resources that they may not be aware of. I think it's well worth
So the fire departments are using her quite often too, not just the hospital?
If I have an emergency, she's right across
I
the
believe
street.
she is also available and has done emergency runs when we had all the ambulances side of it.
Yep.
She does emergency response, she's ALS, so advanced life support.
She can't transport, but she can be there and take care of somebody until the ambulance can get there to transport.
Well, if you have a basic truck, she can jump in as a medic
Yep.
and do that extra level of care.
And this is going back in the general fund, is that correct?
Yeah, this is the general.
Ambulance is general, yeah.
No,
No.
No, it's the ambulance.
this is one ambulance service.
I wrote that down, okay.
I wrote a note somewhere about, and I don't think we can do it this year because, but moving this over to the EMS lit.
That's where the ambulance is now, isn't it?
No, not this.
Budget.
This is in the ambulance fund, not the EMS lit.
I'm sorry.
I think there's probably enough money in the lit to do that next year.
Yeah, but it's already in this budget. Can we move it, budget?
No. Nope, it can't because it's already been submitted in this budget.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying.
We can't move the money.
Nope.
No, we can't do that across the line, can we?
Nope,
It would increase the other fund.
I got you.
you cannot do that.
Motion we approve.
I kinda got that on my own.
Okay.
Last I spoke.
Okay, so Brian made a motion to approve
You got a roll call
the
this one.
community, approve community paramedic. Brent seconded. Okay, roll call. Brian,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Randall,
I'm gonna vote no. I'd like to see them maybe come back to us with an additional appropriation in EMS lit and get this position that way.
okay. Ron,
I'm gonna have to abstain because I'm really too involved in an ambulance.
okay. Brent,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
and I am a no. I agree. I would have rather seen it come out of the EMS lit, but it did pass.
Okay?
Okay, so it is approved. Okay, next up are the early tier pay that we talked about a little bit before lunch. We have legal advice here, so Marvin, you're up.
Before we get started, Madam President, I'm gonna take a restroom.
Oh, okay, so if you can hold on just a second.
Get lengthy.
Too much lunch.
Don't assume just because I'm
Might as well take a break real quick.
Might have to wait till the first year. But
What I have to do is ask for a transfer. Communication appropriation. Start paying them out of that, just never use this one.
and what between now and the end of the year, maybe you said, January, we could come back and make the change.
Yeah, you can move if you want to.
I don't know when you two were in the black, you know. So as long as we're together, we're in the black. This year we're all in the black. And money left over.
Okay.
So,
Good job. That's what I like.
well,
All right, Marvin, I'm good for you now, pal. He's getting off with a good start. He's got budgeted $8,000 for the year, next year.
That's what you need, $8,000 to do.
Yeah.
And they all have, put that in the budget.
It's in the budget for next year.
Power of suggestion.
There was only two portions of amenities in there, and I had to wait. Never mind.
I don't know if we'll remember that next year, but maybe before budget, tell us, David, is that his name? The new ambulance director?
Yeah.
Tell David that, maybe you're on his board, right?
Yeah. We need
To move this to the EMS lit, this community.
Can we do that at the beginning of the year?
No, I don't think you can. I don't know, Heather would know.
You can do that for less than
If we decide to move that position to EMS lit, can we do that after the first year? There we go.
Oh, just after the first year, we can transfer between,
You would have to
It's
do
not a
additional
fund transfer, you'd simply do a payroll line item
It'd be an
for
additional
the position
appropriation.
under the EMS lit.
Okay, and then just move it from, that'd be fine with me.
an additional appropriation
You
out
have
of the
to
lit.
advertise for it, because you'd be appropriating money for that position.
Don't forget that.
I know.
Remind Madam President. Put that in there now.
Here, I'm gonna write it right here underneath the table on the desk.
We can move that. EMS, community paramedic.
I think Ed sits
first
here,
year.
he'll look at it and be like, what is that? What am I supposed to do with
Just
that?
need to do additional appropriation. Just like if we were voted for it, we'll just bounce it over there. So, same thing, but only, that's condensed votes.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
For another job.
Okay, thank you, Marvin.
Okay, anything else on the last page?
I got some more.
I'm gonna say, I got a whole,
No, I'm on the last page.
Okay, so earlier during our budget, we've realized that some of the employees, about 7, received their tier pay early. So there was some concern, some questions, trying to figure out if the part that, because some of them got paid part of it too early, part of it not, and there was a question brought up, a remark about taking it back from the employee because they received it early. So we need legal advice on what can be done in this situation.
What can be done in the situation, if I understand the question correctly, is that you can face the status quo and leave things alone. I don't think you have any legal basis to try to withdraw those funds or to change or lower base pay as a governmental unit. There are some very limited reasons for being able to reduce base pay. One of those would be a demotion.
well, it's not a,
Base pay has been, yes, it is. Base pay has been established.
Because we gave
It was
them
paid
the
early, it wasn't.
It was done in the salary ordinance. You approved it.
I know.
Would you-
There's no heartache over that. But go
Okay, would you like to say something else about that?
ahead. All right now.
So, we have no recourse to recover any funds we ever overpay anyone in a salary ordinance.
That's right. And how much are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark.
Oh.
Is that just because in the salary ordinance we list what we're paying each individual?
You've established everything, and you've established a new base rate of pay each year that you do a salary ordinance.
By individual name. So if we didn't do it by individual name.
If you did it by position, you would be establishing base pay.
I'm sorry,
If you did it by position rather than by person, you would still be establishing base pay.
Okay.
And Heather, you paid exactly in accordance with the salary ordinance, not more than what was in the salary ordinance.
No, as far as I know, it's what's in the salary ordinance. I give payroll a copy of the salary.
Had she paid a number that was above the salary ordinance, would we have a right to take that back?
Then there would be a legal issue, yes.
Okay,
I think it would be much more clear under those circumstances,
okay. Okay.
because you can't legally pay a person more than what's in the salary ordinance.
Okay,
Unless, of course, you've got an overtime situation that allows for it.
okay. Okay, well, thank you.
I do want a conversation though after about this issue from previous.
Okay.
Overpayment for previous. It's not this year, last year.
Okay.
It is something totally different, even before you as county attorney.
Okay. I should be in my office until 4.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else to come before our budget hearings? Anything else anybody thinks we've missed?
I've got one thing. Did you address Marvin's increase in salary?
He asked
Beyond the
for-
2.7% raise? What increase?
Well, we're trying to get him parity with the
But I don't
He
prosecute.
didn't propose one.
I don't think he did. Not this year.
He didn't propose it.
Page
I think
32.
we approved it.
No, he didn't propose it. And he had a $10,000 raise in it.
Page 32.
No?
Dave was the attorney.
yesterday.
County attorney. We just said no raises,
Yeah,
so whatever he had in there.
still no raises.
See, we had talked about getting him to parity with the prosecutors.
Not this year.
Well, he actually is going to be making more than the prosecutor, I think. No, he didn't come up with that, he just said,
He had mentioned it in a previous
Yeah,
meeting.
last year when we discussed it,
Yeah. And he
you
didn't
offered
want
it to him last year, and I said if it would make it easier on the council, we'd split it.
Yeah, I don't think
And
he
take
did.
part of it last year, and then get the other part of it this year.
Well, he didn't propose it.
I don't think
He
he
didn't
put
put
it
it
in
in his
here.
budget.
He didn't have it in his budget?
I don't think so.
I don't think
His budget
so.
reflects a base of 178 plus a 4%
That's all he had.
raise and his
It's tiered.
tier.
His
No,
tier,
his total is the same as Ashley Dyer's.
Yeah, it's-
188,513.
He did ask for parity in the payment.
What's his base?
His base last year was 178,003.
Right.
But he asked for parity with Ashley this year. She
Oh,
gets
that's
paid
the one.
188.
There's tier in there.
Okay.
There's tier in there. And raise.
I know, but if you look at Ashley's, what she requested, it's the exact same amount. It's 188,513.
But she doesn't have the tier he has. He has 20 years tier level.
Right, but the 188 is the tier. 183,513 would be the base.
She gets 183,513 plus her $5,000 supplement from the county.
5,000 supplement, which is parity,
That's,
but that's not tiered.
that's separate than the 183.
Oh.
What page is that?
He didn't mention it.
page 32.
What is it?
That's what he came to us with.
What it is.
Page 32.
Raises. So what was the 4%? What was that?
I don't know, but we told him without raises and stuff yesterday, and he said, okay.
The 4% is 185, 123. Which is what?
That's 4%?
That's 4%.
Is what?
I've got 185, 123.
And he was 3,000 over that.
Yeah, I don't have anything in my notes that said there was any conversation about that, so.
Not this year, but last year we did.
I know last year we did, but we didn't, when we did his budget yesterday, we didn't talk about anything, or we just said, well,
Should we talk about that or no, or, I mean,
I say we leave it, just like we approved.
presented his budget, I mean. I know, but it's in his budget.
But we approved without raises yesterday, and then today we approved a 2.7%
Okay.
raise.
Okay. Well, we did just a few. Now, didn't Russell have somebody we needed to talk about?
Huh?
But we're going through the other departments and give them parity and.
Yeah,
So.
I agree, but, and then Russell, didn't he have something to come back in for today? Judge Russell and somebody in his office?
Pardon? What did you say?
His was because of the tier, and it's just because somebody in the Superior Court got their tier before his girl got
Oh, is
her
that what it
tier.
was?
So it was just on the base tier.
So we're telling the rest of the
So we got one guy saying, no, we're gone, but we got other members of this council here. I want to know what we're gonna do about Marvin, because we did go through some other parities here and raise their.
I said we leave it just like we're doing it.
As he presented it, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, base,
We done the others like they were.
base plus
presented to, and then went
2.7.
back.
No,
No.
the others talked to us about doing that, about
He
the
did not.
parity and stuff. That issue was not brought up yesterday.
Not one mention of it, except by Mr. Abrams.
I'm just trying to look after
No, Martin didn't mention it.
employee that's extremely valuable that we just can't go out and replace.
Yeah. Well,
And at some point in time, we will have to replace the county attorney. Not that I'm wishing
Probably not
anything
this year.
ill, but Marvin will retire at some point in time. And if we don't pay enough to hire a competent attorney, we'll be in really bad shape.
Well, there's one, two,
Well, we're within a few $1,000s of public defender, prosecutor. That's easy to fix at a higher, I think. A, it wasn't mentioned. B, we said what we were gonna do right here. Passed an ordinance, or passed a motion.
okay, I'm in.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with it, so.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
She said so.
Karen motion,
Yeah.
okay. Second,
No, second.
okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.